proud to be a Kama'aina favorite. Honolulu's landmark hotel has been your hotel for business, staycations, or just visiting with family and friends. Eat, shop, and stay at Honolulu's landmark hotel with easy access to Ala Moana Shopping Center and enjoy dining at Cafe 410, Pint and Jigger, the signature prime steak and seafood, or the Cafe at Dada. Enjoy your banquet, staycation, or business meeting where Kama'aina know best. It's the Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra. This is your hotel.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV, delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
Aloha, this is Kanoa Leahy of Let's Talk Sports. You may have heard me mention a couple 100 times on the air that I've been receiving treatment for my knee joints from Dr. Charles Arakaki at MotoGen Medical. So I underwent multiple knee surgeries in my younger years and was looking for some relief, and I don't want to go under the knife again if I can prevent it. Dr. Arakaki's regenerative joint therapy treatment uses healing properties from your own body to create an injectable serum that generates healing and relief. It's a series of injections and shockwave treatments over the course of about 6 weeks in my case, and I just recently completed the 6 weeks and can genuinely say that I've been ramping up some of my workouts and physical activities, and my knees have been responding really well. Pain and swelling has not been an issue, and I'm excited about what further improvements I can realize. Not just knees either. Dr. Arakaki also treats hips, lower back, and shoulders. To find out if you're a good candidate for this treatment, call MotoGen Medical for a free evaluation, 808-562-5000, or book a free evaluation online at motogen.com. That's MODOGEN.com.
Now, University of Hawaii men's basketball on ESPN Honolulu, driven by BMW of Honolulu, and brought to you by
Hawaii Pacific Health, Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, IBEW Local 1186, Lex Brody's Tire Company, Waiakea Water, Young's Fish Market, Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, Napa Auto Parts, HGEA, Hardware Hawaii, HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program, Dr. J. Maramoto and Orthopedic Associates, Dial Electric Supply, the Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra, Kahala, and Young Brothers.
From Simplify Arena at Stan Sheriff Center, it is Hawaii basketball, and the Big West play coming down to the final 4 games for the Rainbow Warriors is tonight Hawaii at 14-13, 6-10 in the Big West Conference, takes on the Highlanders of UC Riverside. They are in for the Big West Conference tournament. The question will be where they will be. That's what they're playing for in the final 4 games of this season. We'll go through the lineups and tip in just a moment. First, we pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu, driven by BMW of Honolulu.
your official radio home of University of Hawaii sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
Alongside my point guard, Derek Lowe, I'm Josh Pacheco. Before we get to starting lineups, just kind of give me your feel of the energy here. I mean, it's not a big crowd. You still got people filing in, but kind of the energy and the mood for you heading into a game as important as this one.
Well, for me, I think, from what I've seen, this season, I think the crowd comes alive, when Hawaii starts to get things rolling, when they make good plays, then the crowd will kick in. But, I think everyone here kind of is thinking the same thing. I think they know what's at stake. I think they know that Hawaii, it's important to get this home win. But, I think they just want to see Hawaii come out, play hard, play with energy, and get it done.
All right, let's build out each team's starting lineup. It's brought to you by Hardware Hawaii. Customer first. UC Riverside under head coach Mike Magpayo in his 5th season with the Highlanders. At one guard, Isaiah Moses. Moses scored 26 against Hawaii in the first meeting. He is a redshirt junior at 6'1" from Anchorage, Alaska. At the other guard, Nate Pickens, a 6'3" junior from El Mirage, California. He is their leading shooter from beyond the three-point border. And their leading scorer is Barrington Hargreaves, averaging 20 points and just under 4 dimes a game. Hargress, a redshirt sophomore at 6 feet tall from Inglewood, California. Their front court, Caleb Smith, a redshirt sophomore from Rancho Cucamonga, California. He is 6 feet 9 inches tall. And Joel Armatrading, his only game he missed was the Hawaii game back on January 9th. Armatrading, the Cal Poly transfer, a 6'10" senior from London, England. UC Riverside in their black uniforms, UC in gold, Riverside in white across the chest. Numbers in yellow, so are the letters on their Nike uniforms. Hawaii in white, green numbers, green letters, green trim, the island chain on the right shoulder of their Adidas jerseys, and without Cody Williams out indefinitely with the fractured right wrist, Hawaii will turn back to Tom Beattie in the starting lineup. Williams started on Saturday against UC San Diego, and Beattie had come off the bench. So Beattie returns to the starting lineup, the sophomore at 6'5", 195 pounds from Auckland, New Zealand. In the backcourt as well as Ryan Rapp. Rapp, a senior from Melbourne, Australia. His family is here, 6'5", 185 pounds. They're sitting in the front row across the way from us. And at point guard is Aaron Hunkin-Clater, the 6'2" freshman, 195 pounds from Wahiawa. Front court, Harry Ruliadev, 6'9", 230-pound junior from Brisbane, Australia. And Tanner Christensen in the middle, a grad student at 6'10", 265 pounds from Spokane Valley, Washington. Ron Ganot in his 10th season, 170 and 115. We're kind of reminded that Hawaii had to finish down the stretch last year just to get in the Big West tournament. It feels like it's a little bit tougher this year as compared to last, but maybe that recognizance of last year and what Hawaii had to do in the second half of the season to get here could be something that Hawaii channels here down the stretch.
Yeah, they're no stranger to it. And I think Hawaii has proven over these years, especially during times of adversity, they know how to handle it. And they, like Coach Ganot has said over and over, are a team that responds. And I think, Hawaii will figure out a way, to try and get the job done as best as they can tonight.
Cal Poly lost to UC, or is about to lose to UC Santa Barbara, 96-77. Cal State Bakersfield and Long Beach State are tied at 70 with 1:41 to play at the Pyramid. That's the game worth watching right now, where it kind of affects Hawaii's standing moving forward. Our officials assigned to tonight's game: Chris Hudson, Chance Wallison, and Jacob Hers. Our opening tip is brought to you by HGEA, the Hawaii Government Employee Association. Christensen and Armatrading in the middle. Hawaii will go from right to left on your device. UC Riverside going from left to right. This has really the next 4 games. It feels like it's a mini tournament going into the Big West tournament. Who will be able to pull through? Armatrading v. Christensen. Ball's in the air. The opening toss is won by Hawaii, and Aaron Hunkin-Clater gets it quickly into the front court. Goes high left. Now will work off a Ruliadev screen right. Gives it back to him top of the arc. He drives left of the lane. Spins. Gave up the dribble. Back out Hunkin-Clater. Gets inside the arc. Stops at the low block. Back out way high left for Ryan Rapp. Off a Christensen screen. Pulls up for an angle 3. And Rapp knocks it down to get Hawaii on the board. First 25 seconds in.
What a way to start. Great shot, Ryan Rapp.
19:32 to play in the first half. 3-0 Hawaii. Hargress the other way. It's Tom Beattie, the assignment on him right out of the gate. Between the rings, Moses will use an Armatrading screen going right. Dishes it for him inside the paint. Goes up left of the lane, puts it off the window, and gives UC Riverside its first points. 3-2 Bows, 19-13 in the half. They were trying to figure out with Armatrading how you're going to use them off the screen going left or right. Christensen above the right elbow. Hands off to Rapp. Uses Christensen as a screener, and then Christensen's called for the offensive foul on the moving screen.
Didn't look like Christensen moved that much, but it looked like he did give a little extra, I don't know what you'd call that, a little bump.
Little lean.
This.
Whatever you call that. 19:02 to play in the half. It's 3-2 Hawaii. Hargress looks left, finds Moses above the wing. Moses will turn toward the baseline, cut off by Hunkin-Clater, throws it back out toward the sideline and Smith, and to Hargress between the rings. A bounce pass, elbow right for Armatrading. Gives it to Hargis, the second man of the ball. Hargis steps outside the arc. Now will step into a long 2 right wing. No good from 19. Rebound loose on the floor. And Christensen's able to get it and give it up to Hunkin Clater. Hawaii running ahead. Rulianeff in the lane. Puts up a 2 and puts it in. Hunkin Clater ran the floor. Found Rulianeff on the right side. And Hawaii's up 5-2.
It's a good transition opportunity. I like seeing them run early.
It almost feels like you can see a difference with this team very early. Hargis inside the arc left, goes up top to Moses, drives on Hunkin Clater, throws up a wild 2, no good. Rapp comes up with the rebound. Iran Ganot wants a flop, won't get the call. Skip pass left corner, Rulianeff 3. That's no good, but it didn't matter because his foot was on the sideline, and Hawaii will turn it over.
You always got to blame those size 15s or whatever they are.
But it does feel like the pace is a lot quicker than we're used to seeing.
Oh, 100%.
2 minutes elapsed, 5-2 Hawaii. Arbitrating hands to Hargis, weave left for Pickens. His first touch, gets to the free throw line, drives, pushes one up on Christensen, and puts it off the glass and in. 5-4 Hawaii, 17:49 left in the first half. First time we've talked about Nate Pickens, who averages just over 10 a game. Rulianeff, now high left for Aaron Hunkin Clater, goes over the Christensen screen. Now looks up top, Rapp comes to it. They'll try to get it inside to Christensen, and Christensen's called for an offensive foul as he was tied up with arbitrating, and that's 2 on Christensen early.
Oh, that's a tough blow right there.
Hawaii's going to have to turn to its bench, I would imagine, quickly enough, and it'll be Jerome Palm who will come in for Christensen. Let's look at it. We're watching the replay above. Oh, wow. Arbitrating had a hand on Christensen's jersey, but in reaction to that, it looked like Christensen had grabbed the arm. I'd almost say double foul or let him play. Hargis finds Smith between the rings. Smith looking inside for arbitrating, can't get it there. Now high left Hargis, back to Smith, and the near side wing Pickens. Pickens with 12 on the timer will bounce it to Smith at the low block against Rulianeff. Smith back out right, Pickens with 5, skip pass left. Moses, offensive foul called on UC Riverside. Right before the 3 was fired away, that's on arbitrating. That's his first.
Yep, as Ryan Rapp was trying to scramble out to Moses, he tried to get over that screen and moving his feet there.
5-4 Hawaii, 17:05 to play in the half. Rulianeff, far side wing to the high post left in Palm. Dribble handoff left to Hunkin Clater. Now right to Beatty and Rapp. Free throw line extended. Cut off by Moses on his way baseline. Left for Beatty into the corner. Rulianeff, quick trigger 3. Barely grazes the front rim. Hargis with the rebound, and he wants to push it ahead. Underhands it up top for Smith. Quick fire 3 straight away off the right iron. Hunkin Clater the rebound, and as he's done all game, quickly gets it across midcourt. Uses Palm as a space eater. His long 2, no good. May have actually been a 3. His foot was near the line. Rebound arbitrating. Hargis races ahead. Gets by his man. Reverse lay-in. What a move by Hargis going left to right, giving UC Riverside a 6-5 lead. 16:21 here in the first 20. Hunkin Clater, handoff to Rapp. Now slot right to Beatty. And at the wing, Harry Rulianeff. Rulianeff looking in, trying to find Rapp. Instead to Palm at the free throw line. Dribbles out. Bounce pass looking for Hunkin Clater, is knocked free and up ahead to Hargis. 2-on-2. Hargis to the rim. Leads on Beatty. Hangs in the air and pushes it off the glass. UC Riverside's got an 8-5 lead. Hargis is an incredible playmaker, especially near the rim. 15:50 left in the half. Hunkin Clater inside the arc right. Throws it up top to Harry Rulianeff. He'll drive right of the paint. Rulianeff to the rim. Misses. Lots of contact. And the loose ball comes out to Caleb Smith. Moses will bring it ahead, far side of the floor. Moses lost it on his way to the baseline, saved it right corner Hargis. Hargis against Beatty, flies it up top to Pickens, around left to Smith, guarded by Rulianeff, and again Pickens between the big rings. 12 on the shot clock. Arbitrating sets the screen. Pickens uses it left, leans, steps back from 16, knocks it down right above the free throw line. UC Riverside's on an 8-0 run, now leading 10-5. 15-12 left in the half. Hunkin Clater one-on-one with Moses across midcourt. Can't shake him free. Moses still with him, and there's the bump called on Moses as he was jersey v. jersey with Hunkin Clater. A timeout here with 15:04 remaining in the first half. UC Riverside's on an 8-0 run, leading Hawaii 10-5. You're listening to Hawaii Basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Ala Moana Hotel by
Aloha
Mantra
from
is proud to be-
Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Rooted in Hawaiian values, we believe in honoring the Aina, land, supporting our community, and living with aloha in everything we do. You can find us at most stores across the islands or learn more at waiakea.com. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra is proud to be a Kama'aina favorite. Honolulu's landmark hotel has been your hotel for business, staycations, or just visiting with family and friends. Eat, shop, and stay at Honolulu's landmark hotel with easy access to Ala Moana Shopping Center and enjoy dining at Cafe 410, Pint and Jigger, the signature prime steak and seafood, or the Cafe at Dada. Enjoy your banquet, staycation, or business meeting where Kama'aina know best. It's the Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra. This is your hotel.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
UC Riverside leading Hawaii 10-5, 15:04 to play here in the first half. Hawaii basketball presented by BMW of Honolulu, inviting you to take a test drive for the ultimate driving machine, where you will find exceptional offers. Barrington Hargress gets to the rim, is able to get some layups off the glass, but what are you seeing early is it's not just Hargress for UC Riverside. Nate Pickens is 4 as well.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing right now is, Hawaii, they're definitely trying to be opportunistic, with their transition offense. They're pushing it. I think you can see players like Ruli Adef, really being aggressive to start, which is good, But the only thing I see right now is transition defense, and it came off. Hawaii has 4 turnovers right now, but really 2 if you take away Tanner's, because those are dead ball turnovers, right? But the other 2 turnovers, it led to Hargrave, just going coast to coast, taking it straight at the rim and attacking full head of steam. And when you get someone like that, coming right at you, it's hard to stop. So Hawaii's got to be much better with their valuing the possessions, but finding a way to stop Hargress in the transition open court.
Hawaii subs include Gitas Namiksha and Marcus Green. Those subs brought to you by Dial Electric Supply. They see the light. They join Tom Beatty, Jerome Palm, and Ryan Rapp, the 5 on the floor. UC Riverside has employed a 1-2-2 zone. Rapp high left side, floats it up top. Namiksha moves around right wing to Green. 6 to shoot, bounce pass in the lane. Namiksha, the floater, right there mid of the paint, is able to put it in, and that breaks the 8-0 run. 10-7 UC Riverside. 14:41 remaining in the first half. Hargress goes around the screen left, finds Jack Whitbourne from Australia. He just checked in, and now Ni Olabode. He goes left on Rapp, gets underneath the rim, dishes right corner. Caleb Smith, he drives, hangs in the rim, somehow got that in with contact on his right side, and it dropped through the hoop. 12-7 UCR, 14:20 left in the first half. Green goes off the Jerome Palm screen, up top to Palm, around to the left wing. Here's Rapp fighting off the defensive effort. Now straight on to Gitas Namiksha. Fakes a pass for Beatty. Up top, Rapp, hand off to Green. Green in the lane, floater from 12. That one drops. 12-9, UC Riverside, 6 minutes elapsed.
That was good ball movement, making UC Riverside guard them, and good execution.
Hargress guarded by Tom Beatty. It's been that way the entire game so far. Hargress goes between the rings and Pickens. Hard dribble, slot left, one-on-one against Green. Pickens leans in, gets some space, floating 2 off the glass, no good. Used Whitbourne as kind of a screener to create some space at the low block, but the shot was too strong. Green the other way, gets inside the arc, leans at the low block, draws help, skips out high left. Rapp, 3, that's off the left side. Rebound though, Palm through his hands, and Whitbourne comes up with the loose ball. He'll get the outlet to the near side in Hargress. Right above the right wing, uses the Whitbourne screen. Gets inside the arc, leans, 15-footer, fade away and in. Hargress with 6 early on, and UC Riverside leads 14-9, 13:07 left in the half.
Tough shot.
Green guarded by Pickens across midcourt. Goes over Namiksha's screen, out of the angle left and Palm. Chest pass to Beatty, now up top Namiksha, around the perimeter quickly, right wing Ryan Rapp. Floats it to Namiksha. Namiksha going baseline, bumping in on his man, turns. Difficult angle for a right-handed hook against Smith. Didn't get it, but he's fouled, and he'll head to the free throw line. Official going in and talking to Namiksha, I'm not sure what for, but he'll head to the free throw line. This trip to the free throw line brought to you by the Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra this is your hotel. It has been a rough Big West schedule for Nemicha. Really trying to find his consistent space on this floor for Hawaii. First free throws in. And the score now 14-10. UC Riverside, 12:50 left in the half. Rulid F back in. Akira Jacobs is in as well. As Palm will sit, so will Tom Beatty. Nemicha's team leading scorer, averaging 11.6 points per game. But he's hit some offensive lows. 7 of 26 in his last 4 games coming into tonight. Second free throws in. It's UC Riverside 14, Hawaii 11, 12:50 left in the half. Marcus Green will guard Hargress now across midcourt with Beatty out. Hargress bounce pass high right side. It finds Nate Pickens. Pickens dribbles to the wing, one-on-one with Rapp. Now spins off the screen and will get an offensive foul on Whitburn. Whitburn was trying to turn around and set what he felt would be a natural screen, but he used his back to set it. The official called him for an offensive foul. That seems to be, Derek, a point of emphasis tonight. I think we've had 4 moving screens called so far.
Yep. Hey, he cannot be moving on those screens.
Rikus Schulte is in for UC Riverside, a sophomore, 6'9" from Munster, Germany. He's in the post along with Whitburn. Green one-handed up top for Nemicha. His 3. That's good. And that breaks a stretch of 11 straight misses from outside the arc for Gitas. Hawaii has tied it at 14, 12-12 left in the half. Hargress goes the other way left, goes off a Whitburn screen, spins, finds Whitburn at the angle. Dribble handoff up top for Moses. Moses draws help, finds Whitburn inside. Whitburn up for 2, point blank. That's good as Green was caught underneath with the mismatch on help. 16-14 Highlanders, 11:54 left in the half. Green high side right. Dribbles hard left, finds Nemicha straight away. He'll drive in the paint. Nemicha to the rim, gets the left-handed lay-in. That's 7 for Gitas. We're tied at 16, 11:40 in the half.
Starting to find his rhythm.
Hargress quickly the other way right. Leans on Green, gets him to stumble. Hargress in the lane, drives and kicks left. Olabade for 3, that is short. Long rebound comes out to Green. They've got a 3-on-3. Left for Rapp, spins on his man, Rapp to the rim, that's good off the glass, spun on Hargress, and got it to go off the window. Hawaii up 18-16 with 11:19 left in the half. Rapp impressing his family sitting in the front row. Hargress chest pass near side for Olabade, looks inside, and is able to find Schulte getting right behind Nemicha and able to put it in to make it 18 all. 11:03 in the half. Green quickly the other way for Rulid F. Right angle 3. That's around and out. And the rebound goes to Moses. They push it ahead right for Hargress. It's going to be Rapp who picks him up. Hargress for 3. Knocks it down with Rapp right in his face. And it's a 3-point UC Riverside lead, 21-18. 10:44 left in the half. I think Hawaii not happy. He might have said something to the bench after that 3. Rulid F to the slot right into Nemicha. Back to the near side. Jacobs left open. Angle 3 is short. Rebound Moses flying in. And UCR trying to push ahead. Moses inside the arc right. Gets to the free throw line. Throws it out to Hargress. They'll reset. Hargress against Ryan Rapp once again. Takes him off the bounce. Gets in the lane. Hargress bumped. No whistles. He ran into Rulid F. Shot misses short. Green 2-on-2 the other way. Steps into a 3. Misses that short. Long rebound goes out to Moses. Long extended play as we hit the midway point of the first half. 21-18 UC Riverside. Moses dribbles right, gets inside the arc, pull up 14-footer off the back rim. Offensive rebound, Whitburn brings it back out to Moses. Moses pull up at the elbow, can't get a shot off. Out to the left wing and Olabade. One-on-one against Green, floats it baseline right. Schulte goes around the perimeter now to Moses. Moses gets in the lane. Stops inside the paint, floats from 12. Moses around, no. Rebound inside Schulte, goes up with a left-handed hook. That's no good over to Nemicha. Jacobs comes up with a rebound. 9:28 left in the half. UC Riverside by 3. Nemicha top of the arc, now above the left wing Jacobs. One hands it straight away to Rulid F and around right wing Ryan Rapp. Rapp leans short corner, skips it left side corner for Green. Started with the dribble on Olabade, nowhere to go. He'll bring it back out. Timer to 10. Between the circles, Nemicha, one-on-one with Schulte. Will launch for 3. That's around and out. Another rebound, this time Whitburn for UC Riverside. 9 minutes left in the half. This has been about, 3-4 minutes extended without a stoppage. Hargress standing in the midcourt circle, right shoe untied. One-hand pass near side, Olabade. Olabade against Akira Jacobs, goes angle right, Whitburn, back to Hargress. Hargress to the top of the arc, dishes left side corner for Moses. Guarded by Namikcho, they'll float it, mid-block left. Schulte backing down Green, turn around left-handed two. That misses, ball tipped out. Green can't get it. It's at the wing left, Moses. He drives and kicks right side corner. 3-ball away. That's no good. But the long rebound out to Hargress. Another chance, Olabade. That three, that's short. Rebound inside, will get a foul. Schulte had it in his hands, but he's called for the loose ball foul, and it'll be Hawaii basketball when we come back. 8:21 left in the first half. Highlanders lead Hawaii 21-18. You're listening to Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha, this is Kanoa Leahy from Let's Talk Sports. I've been asked by some to provide an update to my experience undergoing knee joint therapy treatment from Dr. Charles Arakaki at MotoGen Medical. I underwent multiple knee surgeries due to basketball injuries in my younger years, so in need of relief, I reached out to Dr. Arakaki. His regenerative joint therapy treatment uses healing properties from your own body to create an injectable serum that generates healing and relief. Series of injections and shockwave treatments over the course of about 6 weeks covered it in my case, and I completed the 6 weeks back in October. The results were immediately. Pain and swelling diminished noticeably, and now, almost 4 months removed, my knees are still feeling great. So give Dr. Arakaki a call if you're experiencing joint pain or discomfort in your knees, hips, lower back, or shoulders due to past surgeries or bone-on-bone wear and tear. Call MotoGen Medical for a free evaluation, 808-562-5000, or book your free evaluation online at motogen.com, MODOGEN.com.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu, driven by BMW of Honolulu.
UC Riverside leading Hawaii 21-18, 8:21 to play in the first half. I look at that last stretch, Derek. UC Riverside out-rebounding Hawaii 12-8, 4-0 on the offensive glass. Maybe the first sign of concern seeing the Highlanders dominate in that one fraction of time on the floor.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, that's where Hawaii misses, Tanner Christensen inside. He is a big body. He takes up a lot of space. He neutralizes the other team's bigs. But regardless, like I said, it takes a collective effort. And, for that possession, I think Riverside kept it alive. Was that? Did they have 2 or 3 offensive rebounds?
3.
And they're just tipping it out. Right. So, Hawaii does have to do a better job of gang rebounding and really keeping them to one shot and done.
Actually, I think it was 2. The third one was negated because of the loose ball foul. You mentioned Christensen got 2 fouls in the first 2 minutes and 24 seconds. He has been sitting since. So we've seen a lot of Jerome Palm in this game. But Gitas Namikcha leading Hawaii with 9 points. He has been an early difference here for the Bows. Yeah,
you can see from that first shot, it really got his confidence in. And, I was watching him as he was running back, and he did the little Steph Curry, the chest tap and the point to the Lord above. It's good to see him do that.
Press put on by UC Riverside as the inbound goes into Tom Beatty. Beatty will get across midcourt, guarded by Luke Turner, who enters for the first time, a senior from Temecula, California. Here's Green right side, chest pass left angle to Beatty. Stops at the free throw line right, drives, leans in against contact, and is going to be called for steps. Hawaii's 5th turnover here in the first half.
I think that little better spacing for Hawaii. I think Beatty had the right idea. He had a little size mismatch, but it was too cluttered in there.
8:02 first half, 21-18, UC Riverside. Hargress out of the game. So this is an important moment for Hawaii with him not in the game. Smith spins on Jacobs, gets to the rim, and eases it off the glass. 23-18 as Akira Jacobs was just messed with there in the low post. Hunkin Clater, who's back in, dribbling high right, floats it top of the arc, Jerome Palm to the near wing, Marcus Green. Hesitates to the corner, throws it back out, Jacobs. Straight away, Hunkin Clater, overhead pass to the right wing. Beatty will launch. Misses the 3 too strong, but the offensive rebound to Jerome Palm. Quickly out to Jacobs and straight away to Aaron Hunkin Clater. Pass to the near angle. Green drives on Pickens. Throws up a wild 2. No good. Ball tipped inside to Palm. His putback goes. That one goes in. 3 chances for Hawaii in that possession, and Palm is able to score.
Yeah, way to keep the ball alive.
That's the first score for Palm. He has not scored in his last 5 games. up until tonight. 23-20 UC Riverside. 7:02 left in the half. Smith turning on Jacobs. Right-hand hook, no good. And the rebound to Marcus Green. Green's seen a lot of minutes here early on for Hawaii. Finds Beatty above the wing left. Dribble hard right of the lane. Leans in on his man. Pushes up a two that hangs off the back rim and misses. Rebound on the floor. UC Riverside trying to gain possession. We'll get a foul here. Arbitrating was trying to get it initially, and then it was Moses trying to grab it. The foul is going to go on Tom Beatty, who looks a little perplexed as to why he's called for the foul. That's Beatty's first, and that will lead us to a stoppage. 6:41 left in the half. UC Riverside leading Hawaii 23-20. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Dr. Jay Morimoto, the University of Hawaii's senior orthopedic surgeon, is Hawaii's leading expert in sports injury surgery. From the latest ACL bear implant reconstruction to biologically enhanced rotator cuff and labral repair surgery, Dr. Jay Morimoto continues to bring Hawaii's athletes the most advanced surgical treatments to get them back in the game. Dr. Jay Morimoto and Orthopedic Associates, Hawaii's team physicians.
Hi, this is Tim Palms, General Manager of BMW of Honolulu. We're excited to be courtside with the University of Hawaii Rainbow Warriors this season. Like the Bows, BMW delivers unmatched performance and precision. Experience the ultimate drive at BMW of Honolulu. Now's your chance to get a slam dunk lease offer on the all-electric 2024 BMW i4 for only $499 a month. BMW of Honolulu is a proud sponsor of Rainbow Warrior basketball on ESPN Honolulu. Visit us today at bmwhawaii.com. Go Bows.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
41 left in the half. UC Riverside leading Hawaii 23-20. Meantime, they're in overtime between Long Beach State and Cal State Bakersfield. The Beach are up 85-84, 54 seconds to play. Cal State Bakersfield right behind Hawaii in the standings. So scoreboard watching, very important here down the stretch. Offensively, Derek, these two teams are combined 2 for their last 17. So right now, whatever advantage these teams can get, it's simply about effort right now.
Yeah, 100% effort. And, you know, I got to say, I like how Hawaii came out today. You know, they're definitely showing energy. You know, despite, you know, that last possession where they gave up a couple offensive rebounds, but you know, they're flying all over the place. They're playing with more urgency. They're pushing in transition, you know, so they're leaving it out there. So that is definitely encouraging.
You see Riverside inbounding right in front of its own bench. You've got Moses arbitrating, Pickens, Smith, and they stay with Luke Turner out there. So Hardress still on the bench. Moses dribbling high left, bounces it mid-block, finding Smith. Turns on Akira Jacobs, leans on him, draws contact, puts up a tough two, and is able to get that to go. 25-20 UC Riverside, 6:18 left in the half. Hunking Clater quickly on the other side, one-handed high left Jacobs. Looked for Beatty, instead throws it up top to Jerome Palm. Out high right to Hunking Clater, off the screen, pull up 17-footer, rattles that one in. Aaron Hunking Clater's first points, 25-22 Highlanders, 6:01 left.
It's a good midi. I like seeing that.
You don't see that all that often.
Don't.
From Aaron Hunkin Clater, or anybody for that matter. Moses drawn back near midcourt off the help defense, drives left of the lane, has to throw it out, finds Smith, well away from the basket. One hands it to Pickens, high right. Pickens to the near wing and Turner. Turner drives into the paint, turns around, finds Smith. He'll launch for three over Jacobs. That misses off the right rim. Palm comes up with a rebound. Hawaii being out-rebounded 13-12 early on, including 4-2 on the offensive glass. Hunkin Clater to the right side corner and Beatty. Bring it back out high right to Rapp to the near side Jacobs. Around the perimeter left, Hunkin Clater. Double team comes in the corner. Hunkin Clater's in trouble, and he stepped on the sideline, or did he get the timeout? I think he got the timeout. Hunkin Clater was able to get the timeout call as he was hemmed in on the sideline with 5:19 in the half, and the young man saves the possession there.
He does, you know, but just to make a mental note for him, you know, try not to linger in that corner, you know, expect the trap to come and get rid of the ball a little quicker.
That Hawaii timeout brought to you by H-Camp, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. 24 seconds left in overtime, by the way. 87-86, Long Beach State leading Cal State Bakersfield. That pretty wild right now. We'll keep tabs on that. So far for Hawaii, on the floor, you've got Rapp, Palm, Hunkenclater, Jacobs, and Beatty. But maybe more importantly here, Tanner Christensen's back into the game with 2 fouls.
Oh, and he's got to be a little careful. We don't want him to, get another foul called, have that third one, and be sent right back to the bench.
Yeah, only played 2 minutes and 24 seconds before being sent to the seats. Ryan Rapp will inbound at the front of the UC Riverside bench. Hunkenclater, Christensen, Beatty, and Namiksha, the 5 on the floor. As Rapp's inbound floated into Tanner Christensen, angle left. Quick pass right to Hunkenclater, and they'll float it into Namiksha. Turnaround 12-footer at the baseline, and Gitas knocks it down. He's got 11 here in the first half. It's 25-24 Highlanders, 5:07 in the first. Hargress back in the game as he walks across the timeline, guarded by Beatty. Draws help. Out high left for Smith. Left open 3, and he comes back with a triple to give UC Riverside a 4-point advantage, 28-24. They drew the help, but you can't leave Smith open long enough. He's not afraid to launch. Hunkenclater, high left, he draws a double to Namiksha at the angle, fakes a pass. He'll launch a 3. That's off the short rim. Rebound to Joel Armatrading, and he'll give it up to Hargress. Namiksha's not shy early, 11 points on 4 of 6 shooting. Hargress, high left, one-on-one with Beatty. Goes left of the lane, leans in on him, pushes a 2 off the glass, and puts that in. What an individual effort from Barrington Hargress. It's 30-24 UC Riverside.
What a tough move.
4:18 remaining in the half. Hunkenclater between the circles. Hargress guarding him and a foul away from the ball. This looks like it's on UC Riverside, and it is. It is the foul on Nate Pickens.
It's like he got tripped up a little bit. He got their feet tangled.
Second on Pickens. And they're going to have to bring him out with Gavin Davis entering in. Davis, a redshirt junior from Carson, California, standing at 6'6". Box formation for Hunkenclater, who's inbounding and finding Christensen in the baseline. Out to wrap it around the perimeter left. Namiksha. They quickly get it into Christensen at the low block. Missed the 2, but a very late whistle is going to bail out Christensen as the foul is going to be inside on Armatrading.
It looked kind of little slow motion, for me.
Not only slow motion, it looked like he was off of his off foot trying to go up.
Yeah, he was a little out of rhythm. I think that was what it was. But he got open. That was a great back screen from Aaron Clater. Get Tanner Christensen coming across.
And that's part of the quick movement you're seeing basically everywhere as Christensen knocks down the first free throw, even on a baseline out of bounds play. Quick to the baseline, quickly out, and you force the defense to have to work quicker to cover everything.
Yeah, most times people think, an out of bounds, baseline out of bounds play is to score. No, you get it in quick and then you have some type of action.
Second free throw or off the front rim and in. 30-26. UC Riverside ahead, 4:07 in the half, and Hawaii now putting some full court pressure. Hargress has it. Hard dribble to the near side. Gets across midcourt, avoids any kind of trap. And the Highlanders will get into their offense, and Hawaii goes into a zone. Bounce pass knocked out of bounds, far sideline. It will stay with UC Riverside. 19 to shoot, and we'll step away with 3:55 left in the half. UC Riverside leads Hawaii 30-26. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha. Looking for a financial institution that understands your needs? At Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, we're committed to helping you live your best financial life. Whether you're looking for a great savings account, low-interest loans, or the best in personal banking, we've got you covered with great rates and friendly service. Plus, we're locally owned, so you're more than just a member. You're family for life. Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, serving Hawaii with aloha every step of the way. Become a member today at hificu.com or visit us in person. Membership open to Oahu and Maui residents. Federally insured by NCUA.
Aloha, Kanoa Leahy here, and I am thrilled to tell you about Kahala. Kahala Aloha shirts are stories of our island home. Stylish, comfortable, designed by local artists, Kahala has been part of our ohana since 1936. As a proud partner of Let's Talk Sports, we encourage you to wear the original Aloha shirt that generations have loved. Pick one up for yourself at one of Kahala's 6 stores island-wide, or you can visit them online at kahala.com.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu, driven by BMW of Honolulu.
We've got 3:55 left in the half. UC Riverside leading Hawaii 30-26. Hey, scoreboard watching, not always fun. And we just watched the end of the Cal State Bakersfield Long Beach State game. Jamel Jones knocking down a fadeaway 15-footer as time expired in overtime. UC Riverside wins on the road at Long Beach State, 88-87. Jones was the guy that put up 33 on Hawaii when they were here back on January 18th. He scores 37 against Long Beach State tonight. And if you're wondering, that is now 9, 10, 11, 12 30-point performances for Jamel Jones.
Oh, that's pretty impressive.
Including 5 in his last 6 games. And Hawaii will see Cal State Bakersfield next Thursday. What that also means now, Hawaii and Cal State Bakersfield all square for the 7th spot in the Big West standings. Harry Rulideff back in the game for Tanner Christensen. Rulideff, Rapp, Hunkin-Clater, Namiksha Beatty on the floor as UC Riverside will inbound a deflected pass that will get across midcourt, and Barrington Hargress will grab it. Chest pass near side for Luke Turner, back to Hargress, and around the perimeter, high left Olabade. And again near midcourt, Hargress. Reverses course left for Turner, left open for 3. Line drive misses, rebound tapped in the air. Loose ball goes to Beatty. 2 on 3 the other way. Beatty will slow it down at the 3-point line. Finds Rapp trailing. He'll pull up at the free throw line, drives again, spins. Rapp wild 2, off the mark short. And ball goes out of bounds as Olabade could not hold on to it. It will stay with Hawaii. Maybe Rapp tried to do a little too much there.
I think got a little excited there. I think he's feeling good, which he should be. He's played very well so far, but, they could have got something better. But, hey, it's kind of a nice move.
Christensen back in. Rulideff goes out. Hunkin-Clater brings it into Christensen, baseline right, floats it to Rapp near the arc. Now left to Namiksha. They quickly look for Christensen, and cutting it off is Schulte, knocks it out of bounds. Again, Hawaii possession, this time near side baseline.
It's one of those where if Rapp made that, it's okay, but he didn't. It's like, not the greatest of shots.
Green in, Beatty out. As Hawaii was hurrying a substitution before they could bring the ball in. And Green's to be told to tuck in his shirt. That usually should be done before you get in the game. Hunkin-Clater floats it in, finds Christensen at the wing, hands it back to Hunkin-Clater. Gets inside the arc, right now finds Rapp. He'll fire for 3 and knock it down. Ryan Rapp gets Hawaii within 1, 30-29, 3:13 left in the half. Rapp has been aggressive early on. That's now 8 for him and a couple of threes. Olabade straight away. Hawaii in their zone to the elbow right and Smith. Squares up from 12, misses over Christensen. Rebound, UC Riverside has it, grabbed by Schulte, will bring it back out between the rings to Smith, and now Hargress will walk it forward. This is an extended 1-2-2 zone, it looks like, that Hawaii's in. Hargress, angle left, gets inside the lane, floater from 14, that's off the back rim. Christensen comes up with a rebound and will get it out to the near side in Rapp. Rapp slows it down. One hands it high right, Namiksha to the wing, Hunkin-Clater. Squares tried to dribble through 2 defenders and he lost it. We'll get up ahead to Hargress. UC Riverside has numbers. Hargress in the lane, leads on Christensen, floats in the air. That misses. Namiksha the rebound and outright for Hunkin-Clater. He looks to push the pace. Hunkin-Clater to the free throw line, out to Rapp. Rapp for 3. Bang! His 3rd! And Hawaii's got a 2-point lead with 2:11 in the half. 32-30 Hawaii as Rapp now in double digits.
Oh, what a shot. And, off of the defensive rebound, Hawaii's pushing it down quick. Again, putting pressure on Riverside's transition defense. And, what do you know? You get an open 3.
It didn't look like Hawaii had the numbers there, but the patience from Hunkin-Clater, even though he was pushing it a little bit, his patience allowed him to wait for Rapp to come in and trail.
And also, you got to give credit to Aaron Clater, to have the wherewithal. Rapp just hit one, hey, let's get it to him again. Maybe he's feeling hot.
Hawaii is 4 of 13 from outside the 3-point border. 3 of those from Rapp. Namiksha the other. Hawaii on an 8-0 run, and it couldn't have come at a better time as UC Riverside is kind of faltering offensively, and there was a point where Hawaii was as well. This has allowed them to break out of it a little bit. But Mike Magpayo hoping that timeout can break the rhythm that Hawaii has gone on here recently. Hargress has 11. Rapp and Namiksha have 11 each for Hawaii. And it'll be Hargress bringing it up, attacking the goal to our right. Picked up by Beatty. Hands off to Moses. Between the rings, Olabade. Moves it around the perimeter, left wing Hargress. Drives baseline on Beatty. Kicks it right corner. 3 ball from the corner is good for Isaiah Moses. And the lead is right back to the Highlanders, 33-32. Full court pressure. They get it into Beatty. Gets by Moses. Beatty with a 3-on-3. Looks inside. Finds Rulidev. Hesitates. Reverse lay-in is good for Rulidev. Hawaii breaks the press quickly and gets an easy 2. They're back ahead, 34-33. 94 seconds left in the half. Moses, chest pass high left for Olabade. Guarded by Ryan Rapp. Out of the far wing and Hargress. Hargress draws help. Inside finds Whitburn, leaning in. Whitburn up for 2 off the glass. That's good. Rolling off the screen attempt. Found himself open. That's his first points playing off the bench. 35-34 UC Riverside. 1:12 left in the half. Beatty floats it to the high post right. Rulidev lobs it for Namiksha. Tried to go up in midair. Missed it off the short side of the rim. Love the idea. Just didn't have the angle. Up ahead left is Moses. Moses crossover on Beatty. Step back for 3. Misses well short. Offensive rebound, though. It finds Whitburn. Bounces it to the baseline. Moses. Extra pass right side corner. Olabade throws it back out to Hargress. 12 on the shot clock. 43 in the game clock. Hargress one-on-one with Hunkin Claytor. Leans in left on Rulidev. Tried to spin it up. Missed it. Rebound Hawaii. 7-second difference between game and shot clock. Beatty driving right of the lane. Beatty to the rim. Got right around Moses and puts it in. 36-35 Hawaii. 25 seconds left of the first half, and the shot clock is off.
Yep. Way to push that in transition. He noticed they had the advantage.
Hargress standing about 5 feet across midcourt. Down to 12 seconds. Let's see when they tell him to go. It's here with 9. Hargress high left side with 6. Hargress with 4. Crossover on Beatty. Step back. Hargress for 3. Hargress misses short. And that's going to be the end of the half. And Hawaii takes the momentum into the locker room with a 36-35 lead.
You know, that I'd say that's a great defensive possession Hawaii had. You know, I mean, it's not that easy, Tom Beatty having to guard Hargress, but, you know, he made him take a tough step back 3. You know, was able to secure the rebound going to the half. But, you know, what a end of the first half for Hawaii.
Hawaii finishes the first half hitting 4 of its final 5 shots. The numbers from outside the arc aren't great, but they're shooting at a much better percentage than they have in the last couple of games. 48.3% from the field. We are at the break. Your score, Hawaii 36 and UC Riverside 35. The halftime report when we return. You're listening to Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Had too much to drink tonight? Before you start your car, think. The police will set up sobriety checkpoints around the state. Besides getting arrested and losing your license, you could kill yourself and others around you. It can happen to you. So if you're driving impaired right now, park the car. Call your family or a taxi to pick you up. Remember, drunk driving, over the limit, under arrest. Don't drink and drive. Sponsored by the State Department of Transportation, County Police Departments, the Hawaii Association of Broadcasters, and this station.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Thank you,
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra is proud to be a Kama'aina favorite. Honolulu's landmark hotel has been your hotel for business, staycations, or just visiting with family and friends. Eat, shop, and stay at Honolulu's landmark hotel with easy access to Ala Moana Shopping Center and enjoy dining at Cafe 410, Pint and Jigger, the signature prime steak and seafood, or the Cafe at Dada. Enjoy your banquet, staycation, or business meeting where Kama'aina know best. It's the Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra. This is your hotel.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV, delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
Dr. Jay Marumoto, the University of Hawaii's senior orthopedic surgeon, is Hawaii's leading expert in sports injury surgery. From the latest ACL bare implant reconstruction to biologically enhanced rotator cuff and labral repair surgery, Dr. Jay Marumoto continues to bring Hawaii's athletes the most advanced surgical treatments to get them back in the game. Dr. Jay Marumoto and Orthopedic Associates, Hawaii's team physicians.
This is the Rainbow Warrior Halftime Report, presented by Jay Marumoto of Orthopedic Associates.
We're at the half. Hawaii leading UC Riverside 36-35. It is Paniolo night here in Manoa. And Derek, I'm sorry, I'm just going to be blunt. We've just watched the worst ever attempts at lassoing a cone.
I think it's safe to say they aren't Paniolos.
No, definitely not. You know what Hawaii has been roping up, though? They've been roping up some critical threes here in the first 20 minutes. I really tried. And it's been Ryan Rapp who has been kind of playing the rope-a-dope against anything that UC Riverside has brought his way. Describe Ryan Rapp's effort here in the first half.
I mean, we all know what Ryan Rapp does well. You know, he's a big, long defender. He's an energy guy, does all the, the dirty stuff. But, he's come out really aggressive. We've seen him attack the basket. We've seen him not hesitate. And, I mean, there's one thing, before, you notice in a player, they're kind of hesitant and then they'll shoot. He came out from the start ready, and that shows the mindset he's had. I don't know if that has to do with his family being here or him understanding the height of this game. But, he came out ready. You can just tell from when he catches the ball, he's ready to shoot, and he's shooting with confidence.
There was one shot that probably was ill-advised, but this game is a good microcosm of Ryan Rapp in the last maybe 3 weeks of someone knowing, hey, we're not getting a lot offensively. Someone's got to take the bull by the horns, Paniolo, and try to get something going offensively. And he is, being a captain, he's the guy that has had to answer that charge. He's also gotten some help, though, and Gitas Namitra coming off the bench with 11 points has done his part.
And as a coach, you got to rock with that, right? Ryan Rapp is playing well. Gitas is playing well. So, they're going to continue to test, right? Or as they say, heat check or whatnot. And, if so, as a coach, you just got to reel them in a little bit, but you got to give them that space to explore and to be aggressive because, you never know, it can pay off.
11 for Barrington Hargress on the UC Riverside side. Hawaii shooting 14 of 29. That's 48%. 4 of 13 from outside the arc. 4 of 4 from the free throw line. 6 turnovers, although, as you said earlier, a couple of those on offensive fouls, so you kind of minus that out a little bit. Hawaii out rebounding UC Riverside 18-17, although it is 6-3 UCR on the offensive glass. But the number that Hawaii has gotten, 7 points on second chances, 15-6 off the bench, which has been a staple of Hawaii here in the last couple of months. Highlanders 16 of 37, 43.2%, 3 of 11 from outside the arc. They have turned it over twice, but where they are best right now, paint scoring, 24-18. They've gotten some good opportunities there when they've been able to attack Hawaii's defense off the dribble.
Yeah, and I think that was one of Hawaii's things that they wanted to try and do is they wanted to protect the paint, keep UC Riverside's guards out of it. But as as you know, that's no easy task. You know, they got some quick guards that are really strong in driving, and they get into the paint with ease. But, you know, that's one of the things Hawaii has to continue to try and, look closely at.
Halftime here, Hawaii 36, UC Riverside 35. We'll take a look at the Big West scoreboard. The final in Long Beach, and where does that place Hawaii and Cal State Bakersfield in the standings? 36-35, Hawaii ahead of UC Riverside. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Our water originates atop the Mauna Loa volcano as rain and snow melt, filtering through thousands of feet of porous volcanic rock and re-emerging at the surface as refreshingly crisp, naturally alkaline water. Learn more at waiakea.com and find us at most stores across the islands. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Did you know that 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a new battery this year? Don't wait till it's too late to do something about it. Test your battery regularly, and if you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for every make and model on the road. So don't wait until your car won't start or you're stranded on the side of the road. Test your battery today or find the replacement you need at Napa locations nationwide, because it's our mission to keep you moving. Napa! Give your engine the attention it deserves with the advanced formulation of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It delivers faster oil flow for superior temperature protection in the harshest conditions, defends against sludge and buildup while keeping your engine running cleaner, longer, and improves fuel efficiency by reducing friction, helping you stay at peak performance mile after mile. Try Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil today. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. Napa!
Dreaming of owning a home? At Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, we're here to make it happen with competitive rates and a local team who understand the Hawaii housing market. Whether you're looking to buy your first home or upgrading, our friendly, experienced team is here to guide you every step of the way. For details or today's rates, call our mortgage hotline at 808-844-8048 or visit hawaiiusafcu.com/mortgages. Hawaii USA, life matters. An equal housing lender.
Aloha, Kanoa Leahy here, and I am thrilled to tell you about Kahala. Kahala Aloha shirts are stories of our island home. Stylish, comfortable, designed by local artists, Kahala has been part of our ohana since 1936. As a proud partner of Let's Talk Sports, we encourage you to wear the original Aloha shirt that generations have loved. Pick one up for yourself at one of Kahala's 6 stores island-wide, or you can visit them online at kahala.com.
Ready for UH football, man?
Yep, check this out.
Oh.
Surround sound, that works.
Whoa, I'm ready, bro.
Hey, watch this.
How come the blender went off?
Huh?
The blender in the kitchen went off, bro.
Nah.
Try again.
Oh, man.
Okay, we can make some like a fruit smoothies.
When you want your home or business wired right, call a unionized electrical contractor. 847-5341.
IBEW, local 1186, lighting your path to the future.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
It is halftime, 36-35, Hawaii leading UC Riverside. Big score here is that Cal State Bakersfield did beat Long Beach State 88-87 on a Jamel Jones game-winning jumper in overtime. So what that does to the standings right now in the Big West Conference, Cal State Bakersfield and Hawaii are both 8.5 games back at the top. So they're both tied for 7th place. Cal State Bakersfield, given it has one more win than Hawaii, is right now just ahead of Hawaii. But still, 3 games left for Hawaii, 2 for Cal State Bakersfield the rest of the way. Second half adjustments brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. 30 seconds.
All right, one, Hawaii's got to clean up the defensive rebounds. UC Riverside has 6 offensive rebounds, and as the game goes on in the second half, you just don't want to give them those extra chances. 2, Hawaii can clean up on their transition defense. Riverside has 7 points in fast breaks. So, like I said, second half can be a different story. Just watch out. And then 3, I just want to see Hawaii continue to push. They found a lot of success in transition offense. So keep doing that. Keep pushing the pace.
Second half when we return, Hawaii 36, UC Riverside 35. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life. Baseball? Sports Stand. Softball? Sports Stand. Custom full sublimated uniforms from Elite? Yes, Sports Stand. Expert advice, most knowledgeable, and the best customer service in Hawaii. Did I say Sports Stand? Give us a call at 676-STAND. That's 676-7826. Or just swing by 94547 Uke Street, Suite 303. Sports Stand.
Aloha, this is Kanoa Leahy of Let's Talk Sports. You may have heard me mention a couple 100 times on the air that I've been receiving treatment for my knee joints from Dr. Charles Arakaki at MotoGen Medical. So I underwent multiple knee surgeries in my younger years and was looking for some relief, and I don't want to go under the knife again if I can prevent it. Dr. Arakaki's regenerative joint therapy treatment uses healing properties from your own body to create an injectable serum that generates healing and relief. It's a series of injections and shockwave treatments over the course of about 6 weeks in my case, and I just recently completed the 6 weeks and can genuinely say that I've been ramping up some of my workouts and physical activities, and my knees have been responding really well. Pain and swelling has not been an issue, and I'm excited about what further improvements I can realize. Not just knees either. Dr. Arakaki also treats hips, lower back, and shoulders. To find out if you're a good candidate for this treatment, call MotoGen Medical for a free evaluation, 808-562-5000, or book a free evaluation online at motogen.com. That's MODOGEN.com.
Bring over your funds to Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union from another financial institution and secure it with a great rate for 5 months. Earn an amazing 4.25% annual percentage rate. Get in while the rates are still in the fours. Don't miss this opportunity. Rates are rapidly changing. Get your 4.25 annual percentage rate for a 5-month certificate today. Check out Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union at hificu.com today.
Membership open to Oahu and Maui residents. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate subject to change without notice. $2,000 minimum to open. Money used to fund certificate must come from an external source. Penalty for early withdrawal. Fees could reduce earnings. Other rates available.
At Dow Electric Supply, we're your local-based company with your needs in mind. We see the light in Hawaii, and rest assured, we are with you all the way. Our sales counter and will call are here to serve Hawaii's electricians, developers, utility companies, businesses, and homeowners. The Dial Lighting Gallery showroom is open by appointment only. Go online to www.dialelectricsupply.com. Open weekdays from 7 to 3. At Dial Electric Supply, we see the light.
I'm Hal. I'm Jerry.
I'm Kehao.
We got your lumber.
We've got your hardware.
Bring your lumber list.
Email us your list.
Bring me your blueprint.
We've got you covered.
Get a quote from us. Itagyuti listahan nyo kanya.
Get a quote from us.
Get a quote from us. We've got you covered.
We love our customers.
Go where the contractors go. Hardware Hawaii. Contractor's choice.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
About to get the second half underway. Hawaii 36, UC Riverside 35. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu, driven by BMW of Honolulu.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii Sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
Time for the start of the second half here from Manoa. It's brought to you by IBEW Local 1186, lighting your path to the future. UC Riverside will inbound. Caleb Smith is in there, Barrington Hargress, Isaiah Moses, Joel Armatrading, and Nate Pickens, the original starting five. Hargress with it between the rings against Tom Beatty. Draws help, throws it up top for Moses. Moses looks inside for Armatrading with Christensen on his back. Armatrading throws it out for Moses, uses the Armatrading screen. Moses, skip pass right side wing, goes to Smith. He drives on Christensen, goes up for two, no good. Rebound for Ryan Rapp. But of course, Christensen's got to be careful because he's playing with 2 fouls. Hunkin Clater, high right side, finds Christensen top of the arc, quickly moves it left wing to Ryan Rapp. Rapp twists out, gets to Ruliev between the circles. Wanted to go back left to Rapp, he'll clear him away. Really F back to the top of the arc. Hunkin Clater leans in left of the lane. Hunkin Clater dances around to Rapp, right side corner. Rapp leaning in with the dribble, stops at the low block with 4 to shoot. Rapp shot short from about 7 feet. Rebound tipped back to him. His three, an air ball, but he lands on the floor, and he's going to shoot 3 free throws. The foul on Pickens. Oh, no, they're going to say fouls on the floor. Fouls on the floor. It's not on the shot.
That seems about right, yeah.
But Pickens did pick up his 3rd foul. And Hawaii will inbound here at the sideline. Yeah, I could see why that's not on the shot. He came down, and then there was contact on the leg, so it was after the shot. So I could see that as we were watching the big board replay. Hunkin Clater, left of the lane, pulls up mid-post. His shot from 9 feet. That's good. Hawaii extends its lead, 38-35, 18:55 to play.
That's good pace and poise from Aaron Clater on that one.
Hargis quickly across midcourt. Gets a screen from arbitrating, has it high left. He'll recenter things as they circle things around away from the ball. Hargis, again, top of the arc. Twists and turns off Beatty. Floats it out high left for Smith. Shot clock down to 9. Now high right for Olabade. To Moses, right corner Olabade at the wing for 3. That's good. Drains it home around Rapp. And that ties the game at 38 with 18:20 left to play. They brought the clock all the way down. A huge 3 made. Hunkin Clater the other way. Leans in, mid-block, finds Rulideff at the free throw line. Running right-handed 2. That one rolls in for Harry Rulideff, who's got 6. 40-38, Hawaii, 18:03 to go. Not the most eloquent of shots, but was able to get it dropped regardless with kind of a mid-arm hook with the right hand. Hargis, hard dribble inside the arc right. Hesitates, gets around Beatty, and gets to the rim. Hargis, fancy with the dribble, ties the game at 40. 17:42 to go. Rulideff between the rings, dribbles to the wing, gave up the bounce, goes top of the arc. Christensen hands it to Hunkin Clater. Hunkin Clater at the free throw line, looking inside for Christensen, finds him at the block, turns on arbitrating, left hand hook off the glass, that's good. Hawaii back up again, 42-40 with 17:25 to play. See Hawaii trying to craft that spacing and work it back in with the big man inside. Hargis hands off high right to Moses, back slot left Olabade into the wing. Hargis off the screen from arbitrating, leads in on Beatty, and is called for an offensive foul. Extended the off arm on Beatty, and they will turn it over.
It's one of the things I was mentioning about Beatty. You know, he is a pest on defense, can frustrate other offensive players, but yeah, that one, he definitely had a push off.
That play before, Hargis was great with that crossover dribble, but on that one, he was trying to unhook his arm with Beatty and just had that extension that with a little bit of force, and that's what the officials saw, even though both were locked up. Rulideff left wing toward the low block Beatty. Twist, draws help, kicks out up top. Hunkin Clater for 3. That's off the back rim. Rebound in is Moses, and he'll look to push it up near side of the floor. Lobs ahead, trying to find Schulte. It's out of his reach and out of bounds. Tried to force that lob toward the baseline. And UC Riverside's going to pick up here with some pressure full court. Rulideff throws it in Hunkin Clater. Double team is there. Throws it back to Rulideff. Rulideff kind of hesitated with it. Throws it across midcourt now left for Rapp, and he'll slow it down. Rapp floats it in for Christensen. Double team is there. Throws it back out. It goes beyond midcourt. No one was home. And Hawaii will turn it over. He thought someone was at the top of the arc. Hunkin Clater went away.
Yeah, I think someone had cut down the lane, right, to give him a rim run, but I think Tanner Christian has to have a little bit better idea of where everyone is at. Can't be throwing it away.
Jack Whitbourn's into the game for UC Riverside. Hargis to inbound in front of his own bench. Throw it in, finds Whitbourne, high left side. Dribble handoff, fakes it for Moses. Now gives it to him. Well away from the basket. Uses Whitbourne as a screener. Steps back for a left wing 3. Well short. Whitbourne, the offensive rebound, grabs it to the baseline. A fresh 20 for the Highlanders. Whitbourne twists and finds Hargis standing on the Coca-Cola logo. 12 on the timer. Hargis turns, leads on Beatty, and a reaching foul is going to be called. I think that's Hunkin Clater, the help defender, reaching in to help, and that is his first personal. kind of feel like you have to help there, but Beatty seemed to have control of him.
Yeah, that's hard because a guy like Hargreaves can get through the smallest cracks.
Inbound to Whitborn, heads it back to Hargreaves in the lane, bumped by Beatty, throws up the 2, it goes off the top of the backboard, softly goes off the front rim and falls. The foul on Beatty, and Hargreaves the chance to complete the 3-point play.
That's a tough shot. I don't know how that went in. That went up high on the glass too.
Wow. Yeah, that extra step helped him. But that had enough English to manipulate the glass in the rim and fall in. Tied at 42, and Hargreaves, who's got 15 points, heads to the free throw line, a 72.7% free throw shooter. All Big West honorable mention and freshman of the year last season. Free throw up and in. Highlanders retake the lead, 43-42, 16:06 to go. Here's a full court press. Namiksha into the game, throws it in for Beatty. Through his hands, is able to recover though, and he'll race across midcourt. Beatty settles down at the 3-point line, brings it out for Hunk and Clater. They'll call the offense out. Hunk and Clater gets it to Namiksha. He'll drive right of the lane. Namiksha to the rim, scoops it up, misses too strong. And the rebound to UC Riverside and Hargreaves. Namiksha had 11 in the first half. Was sensational off the bench. Hargreaves off the screen. Pull up 15-footer left elbow. Short. Rebound inside on the floor. Namiksha trying to grab it. We will have a held ball, it looks like. I haven't seen the official signal yet, but it looks like it's a held ball. Possession arrow would give it to Hawaii. Timeout here at 15:37 to go. UC Riverside leads Hawaii 43-42. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hi, this is Tim Palms, General Manager of BMW of Honolulu. We're excited to be courtside with the University of Hawaii Rainbow Warriors this season. Like the Bows, BMW delivers unmatched performance and precision. Experience the ultimate drive at BMW of Honolulu. Now's your chance to get a slam dunk lease offer on the all-new 2024 BMW X3 for only $579 a month. BMW of Honolulu is a proud sponsor of Rainbow Warrior basketball on ESPN Honolulu. Visit us today at bmwhawaii.com. Go Bows.
Aloha, Kanoa Leahy here, and I am thrilled to tell you about Kahala. Kahala Aloha shirts are stories of our island home. Stylish, comfortable, designed by local artists, Kahala has been part of our ohana since 1936. As a proud partner of Let's Talk Sports, we encourage you to wear the original Aloha shirt that generations have loved. Pick one up for yourself at one of Kahala's 6 stores island-wide, or you can visit them online at kahala.com.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
We've got 15:37 to go here in Manoa. UC Riverside, it's been back and forth between the Highlanders and the Rainbow Warriors. Barrington Hargreaves' basket in one right now is the difference. A 43-42 UC Riverside lead. I feel for Tom Beatty in a way, because that is a very, very difficult assignment. Beatty's done the best he can with it, but how is Hargreaves getting the best of him?
You know, like I said earlier in the show, right? Great offensive players are going to find a way. They're going to make difficult shots. They're going to, look for contact and get some calls. But, it's a tough guard. But Beatty's doing a good job. I think he continue to, be physical with Hargreaves. Use his length and just continue to make him try to hit open shots with hands in his face. But that's all you can do.
Marcus Green in the game for Hawaii with Rapp, Beatty, Christensen, and Namiksha. If you're just tuning in, by the way, Hawaii without Cody Williams, a fractured right wrist. He is out indefinitely. So Hawaii is contended with that. Now they have to contend with UC Riverside's full court press. Hargreaves will not guard the inbounder. Marcus Green throws it in, goes far corner, finds Ryan Rapp. Highlanders will not set a trap, and Ryan's going to be the one bringing it across midcourt against Olabade. Underhands it to Green coming to it, and he'll set up middle of the floor. Green playing handsy with Olabade, who's trying to reach in on him. Up top to Namiksha, drives lane line right, leans in, goes up for 2. That rolls around and in as he banged in with Schulte and got the better of him. Hawaii back ahead, 44-43. That's the 10th lead change of this game. We've had 6 ties. Hargreaves, high left against Beatty, draws help, up top for Schulte, around the perimeter right, Olabade. will dribble into a three and knocks it down. Olabade with his second three. It's 46-44 UC Riverside, 14:50 left. That's the fifth three for the Highlanders tonight. Beatty stops with the low block, throws it to no one, top of the arc. No one was home. Olabade 3-on-2, bounce pass left. Hargress hangs in the lane and scores around Rapp. And the lead now 4, 48-44 Highlanders, 14:35 left. Can't turn it over against this good of a team. Green high right. Goes left of the lane. Green hangs, leans, puts it up off the window to answer. 48-46 as Green goes right to the rack. 14-18 left. Hargress quickly into the front court. Barrington with 18 leads all scores on 8 of 15 shooting. Hands high right to Turner. Turner dribbles between the rings, guarded by Rapp. Goes back to Hargress, right wing. Quick trigger three. That's too strong. I don't know if that hit rim, but it goes out of bounds, and it was last touched by UC Riverside. It'll be Hawaii ball. If that hit the rim, it barely grazed it too strong. Christensen out, Rulead in. Jacobs comes in for Tom Beatty. That should mean that Green gets the Hargress assignment, but Hargress comes out of the game here as well. And again, full court press put on. Green throws it in Akira Jacobs. Jacobs dribbles, zigzags right, then left across midcourt, and we'll find Marcus Green. Green picked up by Isaiah Moses. Finds Rapp now between the circles. Jacobs back to Rapp left side. He'll drive toward the baseline. He's cut off. Rapp leans in. Throws up the two. No. Rebound inside. One by Namiksha. Goes up and puts it in. We're tied at 48. 13:34 to go.
Way to go after the ball.
Namiksha with 13 points. 13:27 to go. Make it 15 for Namiksha. High left is Moses. Dribbles left of the lane. Gets around Green and unties the game. Lay it off the left side, 50-48 UCR. Quickly ahead, Green. He tries to drive. Gets around Moses. Dishes underneath. Out of the reach of Rulead. And then Rulead will be called for the foul, taking out the legs of Turner on the loose ball. Turnover number 10, or number 9, I beg your pardon, on Hawaii. Only 4 on UC Riverside. Joel arbitrating back in, so is Caleb Smith. With Moses, Pickens, Turner still on the floor. Moses who brings it up. Quiet 5 for Isaiah Moses. He averages 11 a game. Drives in the lane. Wild off balance. 2 that goes. He went right of the lane, crossed right to left, and was falling away for a 6-foot jump shot that went off the glass. Highlanders by 4, 52-48, 12:48 remaining. Rapp flows it to the elbow right for Rulead. Squares on arbitrating. Now pivots. Hands off to Green. Draws the double team. Goes left for Rapp. Open for 3. You bet! Rapp with his 4th 3 of the night. Hawaii's back within 1, 52-51 with 12 and a half to go. With his family in attendance, Rapp coming up big. He's got 14. The other way, Moses draws help, gives it up off the screen to arbitrating. Dribble handoff, Pickens straight away. He'll go right side lane, pull back from 14. Pickens knocks it down. Highlanders back up by 3, 54-51, 12:09 left. It seems like nobody wants to miss right now, especially from 15 feet and out. Rulead angle right side against arbitrating. Moves it high left to Green. Green off the screen. Stops middle of the lane, draws a lot of defensive trouble, and turns it over. Moses comes the other way. That's the 10th Hawaii giveaway. Moses inside the arc, steps back for a 3, left wing, and he hits. Isaiah Moses with a big-time 3. UC Riverside now up by 6, 57-51, and a frustrated Iran Kanat calls for time.
Wow, that's a tough shot right
and a
there.
technical foul has been given on both sides. We just got a double technical here. And I'm not sure who got it. Marcus Green, I think, just got the first one here for Hawaii. But we got a double technical. We'll sort it out when we come back. 11:35 to go. UC Riverside leading 57-51. This timeout brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit HawaiiConcussion.com. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Dr. Jay Marumoto, the University of Hawaii's senior orthopedic surgeon, is Hawaii's leading expert in sports injury surgery. From the latest ACL bear implant reconstruction to biologically enhanced rotator cuff and labral repair surgery, Dr. Jay Marumoto continues to bring Hawaii's athletes the most advanced surgical treatments to get them back in the game. Dr. Jay Marumoto and Orthopedic Associates, Hawaii's team physicians.
I'm Hal. I'm Jerry.
I'm Kehao.
We got your lumber.
We've got your hardware.
Bring your lumber list.
Email us your list.
Bring me your blueprint.
We've got you covered.
Get a quote from us. Ita-utilista nyo kanya.
Get a quote from us.
Get a quote from us. We've got you covered.
We love our customers.
Go where the contractors go. Hardware Hawaii. Contractor's choice.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu. Driven by BMW of Honolulu.
11:35 remaining. UC Riverside leads Hawaii 57-51. Let's clean up the double technicals that just happened a moment ago. The double technical on Hawaii is on Gitas Namiksha. That's his first personal. On the other side, it's on Caleb Smith. And I'm guessing there was some talking going on, which we have seen with Gitas before. The competitive fuel in him does come out sometimes, but that will kind of cancel itself out. So double technical issued off the Hawaii timeout, and it should be Hawaii ball off the timeout.
Yeah, you gotta like the competitive spirit, of what's going on. You want that fight, right? In a game that's going to come down, to the wire like it's looking. Every point counts, and you don't want to give either team the benefit of the doubt of any of that.
Ryan Rapp will inbound sideline in front of us. Namiksha, Hunkin, Clater, Jacobs, and Rulidef, the five on the floor. As Rapp wanted to throw it into Hunkin Clater. He's got to hurry it in, finds Namiksha near side wing. Picked up by Smith. They're the ones that got the tease. Rulidef gets it inside off the pass from Namiksha. Twist, goes baseline. That one lips out. Rebound goes to arbitrating. Namiksha, that was a tough pass looking inside. Rulidef just could not finish. Moses the other way. Still Hargress on the bench right now for UCR. Moses looking right against Hunkin Clater to the right side corner and Turner. Turner brings it back out near midcourt and Moses. They're taking their time. Shot clock's at 9. Gets the arbitrating screen. Moses goes right in the lane. Leads. Kicks left corner. The fake three from Smith. Now will fire. And hits! Caleb Smith, as UC Riverside has all of a sudden gotten hot from three. It is a 9-point lead, the largest for the Highlanders tonight, 60-51. 10:44 to play. Namiksha above the left elbow. Starts his dribble, spins on his man, throws it out off balance to Hunkin Clater. He'll fire from 19 and knock it down. That's the second mid-range jumper for AC. 60-53 UCR, 10:29 left. Hunkin Clater now with 6 points. And he can't be afraid to take that shot if it's given to him. Moses against the freshman, crossover dribble. Steps back at the angle. Now gets middle of the paint. Throws it right for Turner. Fakes from 3. Turner gets to the free throw line and in left. Leaning on Jacobs. Almost traveled. Throws it out high right for Olabade. Olabade with 5. Leads at the baseline. Turns. Floats it out with 2. They got a launch from midcourt. They do. And it's an air ball from Moses out of bounds. Lack of awareness from UC Riverside on where the clock was. And we'll get a timeout here with 10 minutes to play. UC Riverside with a 60-53 lead on Hawaii as you're listening to Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Did you know that 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a new battery this year? Don't wait till it's too late to do something about it. Test your battery regularly. And if you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for every make and model on the road. So don't wait until your car won't start or you're stranded on the side of the road. Test your battery today or find the replacement you need at Napa locations nationwide. Because it's our mission to keep you moving. Napa! Give your engine the attention it deserves with the advanced formulation of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It delivers faster oil flow for superior temperature protection in the harshest conditions. Defends against sludge and buildup while keeping your engine running cleaner, longer. and improves fuel efficiency by reducing friction, helping you stay at peak performance mile after mile. Try Napa full synthetic engine oil today. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Second half, 60-53. UC Riverside leading Hawaii. What a twist this has been here late, Derek. Highlanders have hit 5 of their last 6. All of a sudden, the three-point shot has been going, and it's been kind of individual playmaking that the Highlanders have had that has let them propel to this lead.
Yeah, the Highlanders have gotten hot, and again, some of it is tough shots. I think for Hawaii right now, they got to kind of switch up the tempo a little bit, maybe look into switching up a defense, just temporary, just to kind of throw the Highlanders off just a bit, and then go from there.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu, brought to you by Waiakea Hawaiian Volcanic Beverages. As an official partner of UH Athletics, Waiakea's naturally alkaline water keeps Hawaii's athletes performing at their peak. Learn more at waiakea.com or find us at a KTA or Foodland near you. Big moment here for Hawaii. You're down 7. Barrington Hargress is back in the game. At some point, you've got to make a little mini run and make sure this doesn't get any farther away. Highlanders going to pick up three-quarter court. Rapp near side, fakes a pass, floats it across midcourt. It finds Namiksha. He'll bounce it back out to Rapp. Goes across left to Hunk and Clater, and now they feel safe enough to space out the offense. For Namiksha, between the rings, Hunk and Clater, looking right, finds Jacobs off an off-ball screen. Up top, Namiksha, around left for Hunk and Clater. Timer down to 8. Hunk and Clater up top, Rapp off a pick with 5. Right wing, Namiksha drives baseline. Namiksha leans, kicks left. Jacobs for 3. That's short. Long rebound. Hunk and Clater's got it in a fresh 20. Hunk and Clater will bring the dribble out to the near wing. Floats it inside for Christensen, and he's grabbed from behind by Joel Armatrading, who picks up his 3rd foul. That's team foul number 4. Both of these teams a little away from the bonus. That's 14 fouls each. 3rd on Armatrading, and right now with 9:22 to play, that's not a concern for Mike Magpio. Right wing, Christensen left open for 3. That's off the left rim, and the ball went over the backboard, and it will go to UC Riverside out of bounds. Not that that was a bad shot.
Yeah, he was wide open, and he's made a few in the past.
He has made 4 on the year. He's a 40% three-point shooter. That's misleading. He's 4 of 10.
Yeah, which is pretty good. Percentage-wise, that's pretty good.
Jack Whitbourne will come into the game for Armatrading. They have kind of brought in Whitbourne, Armatrading. Schulte's played off the bench a little bit, so they've mixed that around. But right now, it is going to be Whitbourne, who can play inside and out. Whitbourne, a 33% three-point shooter when given the opportunity. 9:09 to go, 60-53 UC Riverside. Pickens high right, goes across left to Olabode. Hawaii's in a 2-3 zone. Left wing Hargress, back to Olabode. Bounce pass, elbow left. Through the hands of Smith and out. Stolen by Hunk and Clater. Floats it ahead left. Jacobs, his lay-in in transition is good. That's now 6 fast break points for Hawaii. And Mike Magpio does not want to let the Bows get in a rhythm. He calls a timeout with 8:52 to go.
That's how you run the floor. Get a turnover. Kira Jacobs sprints to the rim. And then Aaron Clater saw over the top, perfectly placed, where all Kira needed to do was catch and finish.
That is 5 assists for Aaron Hunk and Clater. I gotta think that's a career high for him. He's got 6 points, 5 assists, 2 rebounds. He's done a little bit of everything. And with Cody Williams out, he's been able to get a lot of run between he and Marcus Green. And given the numbers, he has made the most of it. By the way, the 5 assists indeed is a career high.
Yeah, he's definitely playing a good, solid game, tonight for Hawaii. Just doing all the little things correctly, not being afraid to hit mid-range shots, making the right pass, being poised, coming off the ball screen, always keeping his head up. It's a good game so far.
Schulte, Hargress, Pickens, Whitburn, Olabade, the 5 on the floor for UC Riverside, leading by 5, 60-55, 8:48 remaining. Highlanders haven't scored in over 2 minutes. Hargris standing dribble at the edge of the H logo. Tom Beattie guarding him. Lisa Whitburn screen. Keeps the bounce. Stops inside the three-point line. Twists and finds Pickens, top of the arc. Pickens starts his dribble left, now goes right. Uses the screen for Whitburn. Leaning in right of the lane. Gets around his man. Pushes up a 2. Great job by Christensen contesting. The shot misses. Hunkin Clater comes the other way. This is set up half court. UC Riverside got back defensively. Goes off the Christensen screen. Hunkin Clater in the lane. Drives and kicks right. Namiksha, he'll penetrate in the lane. Twist, turns, fading. That's off the back rim. That's no good from 7 feet. Rebound goes to Olabade for UCR. Hargris driving the other way. Splits 2 defenders. Misses. But he draws a foul. And that will be Beattie. And that will be his third.
Again, that's such a tough task. You know, someone as fast as Hargris is, when he's coming at you with a full head of steam, man, you can't do much except for guess correctly, or he goes right by you.
Hargris will shoot 2 free throws. By the way, good to see Juan Munoz sitting courtside to our left. I am told he is retired from the game. So focusing on some life things. Got to see him earlier this year when the team was on the road. They had that long trip from Grand Canyon to Long Beach State. Hawaii practiced at the Clippers facility at the Intuit Dome, and he came by. Good to see him sitting next to Samuta Avea's family over there. Hargris hits the first free throw, 61-55. Moses comes in for Pickens. Stefan Jankovic is here. He's sitting on the other side of the floor to our right behind one of those tables for the for those who are lucky to sit there. He's the honorary captain tonight. Second free throw good for Hargris. Hawaii trailing 62-55, 8:01 to go, and the press put on. Hunkin Clater bounces it in for Tom Beattie. Highlanders don't bring a trap. Beattie will get across midcourt, and they'll set something up. Hunkin Clater, high left to Namiksha, hands off to Jacobs, back to Hunkin Clater. Now above the right elbow, Christensen squares, fakes the dribble handoff, goes to Hunkin Clater near wing. Brings it out with the dribble toward the baseline. Double team is there, out for Beattie. Beattie with 6, spins in the lane. Beattie, last second, tried to throw it out for Hunkin Clater. Got it there with 2. Floating 14-footer off the left rim. Rebound, Olabade saved it, got it to Whitburn. They were fortunate to at least get a chance. Hawaii almost threw it away, which would have given the Highlanders numbers on the other side. Hargris, bounce pass near the left sideline for Moses. Moses over a screen, hesitates, goes to the left corner. Olabade drives, reverse lay, and that is good. Just slipped it right through in front of 2 defenders. It is a 9-point lead, 64-55, 7:04 remaining. Namiksha, high left, throws it out up top. Hunkin Clater with it. Christensen sets a screen. Hunkin Clater uses it. Pull up 17-footer. Clanks off the back rim of the backboard. Long rebound, Jacobs. And a fresh 20 for Hawaii. They'll lob it underneath for Namiksha. Can't tip it in. Put back, no. Rebound, Christensen. Beattie 3. That's good. Beattie put in some extra work from 3 earlier today. He was getting some shots up. May have paid off. Big 3 to make it 64-58, 6:33 remaining. Credit Christensen for keeping the play alive with the offensive tip. Hargris above the left wing for Moses. He drives on Hunkin Clater. Moses passes across right. Olabade, extra pass up top. Hargris almost lost it off the dribble. Retreats back against Hunkin Clater. Timer down to 9. Hargris drives left of the lane, pushes it up with his left hand, misses, but he draws the Hunkin Clater foul. And Hargris will shoot free throws when we come back. 6:13 to go. UC Riverside holding on to a 64-58 lead on Hawaii. You're listening to Hawaii Basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Here's Dr. Sean Giancaterino with a heart health tip from Hawaii Pacific Health.
Heart disease is one of the leading causes of death for men and women, but prevention is key to reducing your risk. Take charge of your heart health by maintaining a healthy diet, exercising regularly, and monitoring risk factors like blood pressure, cholesterol, and your family history of heart disease to live healthier.
To learn more, visit hawaiipacifichealth.org/heart centers.
Hey, what you doing in the tree?
Oh, I was trying to install this photovoltaic on the roof. Then the ladder fell. Bro, I had to go bathroom, so I tried climbing down this tree. Now I stuck.
I don't think that's what they meant by go green.
Yeah, brother. Just help me get down. If you want your PV system installed right, call a unionized electrical contractor today at 847-5341.
IBEW, local 1186, lighting your path to the future.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu. Brought to you by Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union for life.
UC Riverside with a 64-58 lead on Hawaii. Barrington Hargress, it hasn't been all him, but he has started to put his imprint, his stamp on this game a little bit more. He's got a game-high 20.
Yeah, he got the team off hot to to start, but then you got players like Moses and Olabode, who added their individual plays throughout, sprinkled it in. But always, without a doubt, when it comes crunch time at the end of the game, when shot clock's going down, Hargress is going to take the ball and he's going to try and make something happen, which he did this last play.
And UC Riverside has more often than not. They've been letting the timer go down to 5 or less before getting a shot. Is that more of what UC Riverside wants, or is that credit to Hawaii's defense?
I think Hawaii's doing a pretty good job of rotating, bringing help, and they're actually doing well in scrambling, out of that help position. So I think it's making UC Riverside have to make an extra pass, have to make an extra drive. So it's taking them out of their rhythm. But, I think the only thing Hawaii's got to do is, try to get Riverside to miss.
Hargress 3 for 3 from the free throw line. Nobody has missed between these two teams. And there's your first.
There it is. That's the announcer's jinx.
That's the only time I'll take credit for it. UC Riverside 3 of 4. Hawaii 4 of 4. The game high 20 for Hargress on 8 of 16 shooting. Second foul shot. That's good. 7-point lead for UC Riverside, 65-58. And Hargress will sit to get him rested for the final few minutes. Pickens comes in for him. And once again, full court pressure put on by UC Riverside. Hunkin Clater, the one inbounding the ball, can run the baseline, throws it in for Beatty in the corner. No trap. Beatty trying to get by Pickens, get some space across midcourt, and they'll set things up. Beatty dribbling high right, uses a Christensen screen, draws help to the right wing. Rulidef open for 3. That's short. Long rebound to Rikas Schulte. And the other way comes Moses. UC Riverside's gotten hot from the floor, 6 of their last 8. Moses inside the arc right against Hunkin Clater, brings the ball back out and uses an arbitrating screen. Moses, free throw line, pivoting, fading from 15. That's short. Rebound tap free near the corner. It goes to Pickens and a fresh 20. Pickens bringing it out again, an arbitrating screen. Leads at the free throw line, throws it off of Pickens, off of arbitrating's leg, and back comes Hawaii with Hunkin Clater. They'll float it in the post, and Christensen, he's hacked from behind by Schulte. Yep. Rikas is second. That's the 15th foul. Hawaii has 6, so the next Hawaii foul will put UC Riverside in the bonus. And here comes Hargress back in for Pickens. And Hawaii will answer with Namiksha for Rulidef. Bows are 10 of 21 here in the second half. 2 of 5 from outside the arc. Hunkin Clater, the inbounder, throws it in left wing for Christensen. Christensen will hand it to the second man coming. That's Namiksha. One hands it to the high right side, and Hunkin Clater, who wants a screen, gets it right side. You'll throw it up top to Namiksha. 3 ball away. That's off the back rim. Rebound Hargress. That was contested. A hand right in the cookie jar. Namiksha was just a little too strong. Wide open Olabode left wing 3. Off the right rim. Rebound Christensen. Hawaii got a break because they left him wide open. Hunkin Clater ahead to the near side wing, and Beatty drives on Hargress, spins, leads, squares, his 2 off the glass. That goes in. Hawaii back within 5, 65-60.
Good bump spin for Beatty.
7 for Beatty with 4:40 remaining. Hargress walking across the timeline. To Moses, high left for Olabode, back to Moses. Drives baseline, dishes underneath, finds Schulte open in the lane, and he puts it home with the right-hand floater. 67-60 Highlanders, 4:21 to go. UC Riverside in the second half has shot really well. Hunkin-Clater left of the lane, draws a double team, skip pass right. Beatty one-hands it out of the air. To the top into Namiksha, high left side for Rapp, who's already hit 4 threes. Rapp draws a reach and foul on Olabade. And he had some words for that foul that we cannot repeat. And he had the gumption to say it around officials who decided to just let it slide.
Yeah, saw that.
Olabade's first.
I think he just said, that was a good call, ref.
Whoever says that. Team 6, so the next one will send Hawaii to the line. And Ryan Rapp will inbound, and Olabade right in front of him. He'll throw it in, finds Aaron Hunkin-Clater high left side. For Christensen, straddling the line, looks inside, Rapp open, scoops the lay-in and left off the glass. Good look off the ball from Christensen. Hawaii again within 5, 67-62. 3:52 left here in the second half. Hargris standing to his side, Beatty in front of him, uses the pick and screen. Hargris gets in the lane now, stops, leans, tough two off the glass, misses, and we'll get a loose ball foul. That's going to go against Hawaii. Beatty thinks it might be on him. It's not. It's on Tanner Christensen, and that is his third. So that means free throws for UC Riverside will be 1-1 when we come back with 3:39 to play. Highlanders 67, Rainbow Warriors 62. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hi, this is Tim Palms, General Manager of BMW of Honolulu. We're excited to be courtside with the University of Hawaii Rainbow Warriors this season. Like the Bows, BMW delivers unmatched performance and precision. Experience the ultimate drive at BMW of Honolulu. Now's your chance to get a slam dunk offer on any new in-stock 2024 or 2025 BMW. BMW of Honolulu is a proud sponsor of Rainbow Warrior basketball on ESPN Honolulu. Visit us today at bmwhawaii.com. Go Bows.
Got the cravings for Hawaiian food? Bring home a dinner feast from Young's Fish Market in Kalihi. Young's offers an extensive takeout menu full of local favorites. Get the Lau Lau plate for dad, Kalua pig plates for the kids, and the beef stew for yourself. From tripe stew to pipi kaula and lomi salmon to poke. Phone your order in at 808-841-4885 or visit youngsfishmarket.com. Young's Fish Market, home of the famous Wow Lau Lau.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
We got 3:39 remaining here from Simplify Arena at Stan Sheriff Center. 67-62. UC Riverside leading Hawaii. Derek Lowe, there are a lot of things that you look at the stats, they point Hawaii's way. A lot of things point the other way for UC Riverside. For you in this 5-point game, what's the difference?
I mean, I think it comes down to, just individuals making plays down the stretch when you need it most. I think Riverside has that in a few different options. I think Hawaii's had that earlier in the game. I think right now Hawaii needs someone to step up and really be counted on for some offensive production.
It'll be 1-1. I didn't see who got fouled. It was a loose ball foul. There are a number of players in that same area. And it is going to be Joel Armatrading who will shoot the free throw and the bonus. Armatrading, 71.4% free throw shooter. Transfer from Cal Poly, where he was third in the conference in blocks last year. 1.4 per game. 32 blocks this year for Armatrading. Not quite at that 1.4 clip. Front end of the 1-1 for the right-hander. A line drive, it is around and in. 68-62 with 3:39 left. Armatrading, that's his first point. No, take that back. That's 3 points for Armatrading now. Second foul shot, another line drive, and that one goes. 69-62, UC Riverside with 3:39 remaining. Hunkin-Clater, here's like three-quarter court press put on. Beatty at midcourt. To Hunkin-Clater, near side, throws it up the floor, left to Miksha, and they'll bring it back out. Maybe he had a chance to go to the rim. He decided to bring it out and set up a play. Zone defense for UC Riverside. High post right, Namiksha skips left wing to Beatty, back to Namiksha, left elbow, his two, no good, but did he get hit? He did. A push in the back is going to be called on Pickens. And that's 4 on Nate Pickens, which means Gitas Namiksha will shoot 2 free throws.
Yeah, this plays right into Hawaii's hand. You know, gets to go to the free throw line, clock stop, get some points on the board.
15 for Gitas Namiksha. This is the kind of game that he needed and that Hawaii needed at such an opportune time.
Yep. I just talked about that in the beginning, him finding his rhythm and his space within the flow of things.
First foul shot is in. 69-63. Hawaii 5 of 5 from the free throw line. Pickens going to stay in with his 4 fouls. Olabode comes out.
I didn't know. I think that's so funny. One of the fans over there is having her fingers crossed right across the way, right over there. Fingers crossed.
Oh, yeah, I see her. She's a super fan. They traveled almost every game. She and her husband, Kaipo. Yeah. And it worked. Second free throw goes in. 69-64. 3:19 remaining. How does Hawaii play this defensive? It looks like they're going to put some full court pressure. The inbound comes in. Here's a double team. Pass deflected. Hargress has it at the baseline. He's able to try to get away from pressure. Dribbles near side. Floats it near midcourt. It finds Pickens. Just got it across midcourt with 1 second to spare. Smith throws it out high left side for Pickens. That nearly worked for Hawaii in the full court trap. Hargress comes to the ball. Top of the arc, one-on-one with Ryan Rapp. Hargress off the screen left. Rapp stays with him with 4. Hargress stumbling with 2. Step back 18-footer. Hargress misses off the back rim. Rebound Hunkin Clater. He'll push across midcourt left. Away from a Christensen screen. Leans in, finds Beatty. High right to Rulidev. Near side for Rapp. Rapp at the wing. Overhead pass up top, Beatty. Back to Rapp. He'll go baseline on Hargress. Rapp leaning. Throws it out high right. Beatty for 3. Off the short rim. Rebound Pickens. He is hammered to the floor by Christensen, who picks up his 4th foul. 1-1 here for UC Riverside. Beatty knocked down a 3 earlier. Not something we see often from him. He's a little more comfortable trying to get to the rim. But at this stage of the game, if you get a shot, sometimes you got to take it. Christensen leaves with his 4th foul. It will be 1-1 for Nate Pickens. Pickens last Saturday against Cal Poly, 24 points, 6 rebounds. He was 11 of 12 from the free throw line. So far in this game, he's got just 6. Front end of the 1-1 is in. 70-64, still a 2-possession game. Here comes the second. Pickens from El Mirage, California. He averages 10.2 points per game. Second free throw in. 71-64. With 2:26 to go, inbound comes into Beatty, and the Highlanders will backtrack here defensively. Hunkin Clater dribbling between the circles, goes left. Namiksha slips a screen, has it angle right, drives on his man, pushes up a 2 off the glass. That misses. Rebound inside, fought for. UC Riverside has it. They get the outlet to Hargress, and he wants to settle things down as the clock starts to tick toward 2 minutes left. Hargress, top of the arc against Rapp. Crossover dribble, drives left of the lane. Hargress, tough 2 that went around Namiksha. 73-64. Hawaii hurries ahead with 1:48 remaining, and the Bulls will use a timeout. And now it gets a bit nervous. With 1:47 remaining, 73-64, UC Riverside leading Hawaii. This timeout brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. A little nerve-wracking here, Derek.
Yeah, a little. I mean, you don't want to wait this long to try and, play catch-up. But, I mean, that last possession hurt. Hargress is going to go into attack mode, but he's so quick off that dribble. His first step is pretty blazing. But, several possessions coming down for Hawaii on the offensive end. I think they just took too long. They let too much time get off the clock, and then now they're going to be chasing.
That's now 23 for Hargress. He scored 25 on Saturday against Cal Poly. He's done a little bit of everything. He's grabbed 3 rebounds, has a couple of dimes in 30 minutes. Is this, to you, a must-score possession with 1:47 left?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, very, very must score.
And you don't need a 3.
You don't need a 3, but I'd say you need it quick.
Inbound, thrown in Tanner Christensen, angle right. Skips left for Jacobs. Jacobs drives on his man, draws help, throws it out of the reach of Namiksha, but Rapp tracks it down. Into the paint, Christensen turns, leads, up for 2. That's too strong. Rebound tipped off the glass. Christensen gets it, and he is fouled inside before Rapp could miss the 3. Foul on arbitrating his 4th, and 1-1 for Tanner Christensen. Took about 11 seconds to get to that point, but the chance to get points with the clock stopped if you hit the free throws. Rulev back in, so is Beatty. The subs brought to you by Dial Electric Supply. They see the light. 1-1 for Christensen as this trip to the free throw line brought to you by the Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra. This is your hotel. Front end of the 1-1 is in. Grazing the front rim and falling, 73-65. Hawaii remains perfect from the free throw line, 7 of 7. Christensen has dealt with foul trouble all night. Second free throw, good, 73-66. Hawaii going to pick up here. They're going to get it to Hargress, who can run the baseline. Hargress gets it in here for Moses, hurries up the sideline, and is fouled by Hunkin Clater, which will send Moses to the line shooting 1-1. And Moses, a very good free throw shooter, just a tick under 95%. In that situation, they beat the press. Was that the best thing to do to foul?
Yeah, I would say so. One of my things is I don't want to wait too long. Hawaii's still in the game. I'd say maybe they would have wanted to foul someone else, but I mean, hey, in order to stop the clock, let's do what they got to do.
Front end of the 1-1, Moses missed it. Rebound, Christensen saves it inbound for Namiksha. Wow, a 94% free throw shooter falters there. Wrap angle left, dribbles off a Christensen screen, straight on 3. That's off the left rim. Long rebound is going to go out of bounds, and it will go to UC Riverside. Maybe rushed that a little bit with a hand in his face. 1:19 left. And again, the full court pressure will come on. And once again, Beatty and Rulev will come in. I'm surprised Christensen's still on the floor with his 4 fouls if you're going to play offense versus defense here. Hargress will inbound far corner. He's got to stay stationary there. Throws it in, finds Moses. Hunkin Clater trips, and Moses is able to get across midcourt. Twisting inside the arc, and they got to grab him. Foul called on Rapp with 1:14 remaining. And now, double bonus time for UC Riverside.
And, just Moses doesn't seem like the type he's going to make that mistake and miss again.
No, probably
being
not.
Good a free throw shooter as he is.
Probably not. He came into this game, and I had the numbers just in front of me. I want to say he had missed just 4 free throws all season coming in. He had missed 3. He was 56 of 59 before he had that miss. Moses makes sure he eyes the iron. First free throw, good. 74-66. Beatty and Rulev out. Namiksha and Jacobs back in. Obviously, for 3-point shooting and some offense if you can get that instantly. A Hawaii loss would put them in a tie for 7th, but only a game up of Cal Poly, who is 9th in the standings. Second free throw, Moses hits. 75-66. Moses will come out. Olabade in for him. And Hawaii now down 8. Or down 9, I beg your pardon. He's got to get something quick. Hunkin Clater finds Rapp across midcourt. Rapp between the circles. Hunkin Clater, hard dribble left of the lane. Stopped at the low block, throws it out. Jacobs contested 3 at the wing off the right rim. Rebound tipped by Rapp, comes loose near the sideline, and we'll get a foul here on Hunkin Clater. Grabbed Hargress. That is the 3rd on Hunkin Clater with 57.2 remaining. And with it being a 9-point game, it starts to look a little bleak. Hargress tonight, 23 points, 4 rebounds. There'll be 2 free throws for Hargress trying to put this game away. First foul shot in, 76-66. UC Riverside trying to remain in 4th place in the Big West standings. Second free throw, good. 77-66, 57.2 remaining. Rapp gets the inbound, gives it back to Hunkenclater, floats it ahead for Jacobs. Jacobs in the lane around Armatrading. Lane is good, and he draws the foul with 51.9. Armatrading has fouled out, and Jacobs will go to the free throw line as this is back to single digits. I was a little surprised that Jacobs took it straight to the rim when he had an opportunity to square and fire straight away.
Yeah, I think he wanted to try and get something going. You know, his threes hasn't been falling, but next best thing, put it on the floor, attack hard, hopefully get to the foul line.
Yeah, Jacobs 0 for 3 from three-point range. He's got 4 points on the night. It has been such a roller coaster of a year for Akira Jacobs. He was in the starting lineup to start things off, had that injury, missed a game. It's been up and down for him from beyond the three-point line for sure. But he needs this free throw in the worst way. It's going to be a 3-possession game regardless. Free throw is in, 77-69. Jacobs out, Beatty in, and I've got to imagine you're going to have to foul pretty quick. Unless you can get a turnover. Hargress throws it far corner for Pickens. He's double teamed. Pickens stuck at the baseline. Ball knocked off his... No, it's knocked off of Hawaii's foot and out of bounds. Oh, look for a moment like it went off of Pickens' foot. And UC Riverside's going to use a timeout. I think Hawaii wants a review, and let's see if we get one. Did it go off of the foot of a Hawaii player, or did it go off of Pickens? It is I think this is a full timeout. It is a full timeout, so we will step away. 47.8 to play. It is UC Riverside leading Hawaii 77-69. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Our water originates atop the Mauna Loa volcano as rain and snow melt, filtering through thousands of feet of porous volcanic rock and re-emerging at the surface as refreshingly crisp, naturally alkaline water. Learn more at waiakea.com and find us at most stores across the islands. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
At Dow Electric Supply, we're your local-based company with your needs in mind. We see the light in Hawaii, and rest assured, we are with you all the way. Our sales counter and will call are here to serve Hawaii's electricians, developers, utility companies, businesses, and homeowners. The Dial Lighting Gallery showroom is open by appointment only. Go online to www.dialelectricsupply.com. Open weekdays from 7 to 3. At Dial Electric Supply, we see the light.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu, driven by BMW of Honolulu.
77-69 after review. The call stays with UC Riverside on the ball that went out of bounds. That replay review brought to you by BMW of Honolulu, inviting you to take a test drive of the ultimate driving machine where you will find exceptional offers. Highlanders still inbounding at the baseline. Hargress gets it in, far corner. Moses in trouble, double team, throws it near the basket. It found Smith up ahead to Moses, and Rulideff will grab him from behind with 39.2 left. Hawaii almost had that trap to succession, but the Highlanders were able to get it away. 2 free throws for Isaiah Moses. UC Riverside is a team tonight, 12 of 14 on the season, the 74.4% free throw shooting unit. 2 for Moses. First one up. That's good. It's 78-69. Now it feels like you really cannot take a long time here. It's got to be a 3. Moses eyeing the shot. One dribble, spin of the basketball. Second free throw in. Back to a 10-point lead for the Highlanders, 79-69. Olabade back in for Moses. And Hawaii gets the inbound into Rapp. Touches it back to Hunkin Clater. Across midcourt with 36 seconds. Hunkin Clater, right corner. Christensen fakes the 3. Drives on Schulte. Leads in for 2. That's good. And Hawaii will use its final timeout with 30 seconds flat on the clock. 79-71, 30 seconds to go. That timeout brought to you by H-Camp, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. And I guess if you're Christensen, you get it in that position knowing you don't have a lot of time. That's the only thing you can do is take it to the rim, maybe hope to get a foul with it.
Yeah, I mean, he used brute strength to get it there. You know, big body.
If you're just tuning in, we've had 11 lead changes. We have had 7 ties. This was a 1-point Hawaii lead at halftime, but UC Riverside several minutes in the second half starting to take control. How did they do it there?
I mean, again, I think they made shots. I mean, I think they had a huge spark from Moses, you know, and I think he scored, what was that, 4, 5, maybe 7 points in a row at one point. And then he had help from, Olabode, he made a couple threes, I think, here and there. But, other than that, it's just been hard to keep Hargress in front. When you can let someone that quick get into the lane, get to the rim, and then cause help, other players get open. So I think it was a collection of things, but, mainly it's a big spark from Moses.
UC Riverside, 13 of 23 here in the second half, 56.5%. Hawaii for the game is not bad, 46.7%. This has been a much better offensive effort for Hawaii than the last couple of games where they were held under 50. But this is a hard team to cover, is UC Riverside. Inbound goes in far corner. Moses bounces it to Hargress, now near side for Smith. Naviksha will reach from behind and foul Smith with 25.3 to go. Actually, they're going to give this to Ruliadef. I apologize. It's 3 on Harry. So 25.3 to go. If you're Hawaii, you're just hoping for misses here. And Smith, 73.6%. First opportunities from the line for Smith. First one away. That's good. 80-71. Offense for defense, interestingly, Ruliadef out, and they go Christensen and Jacobs in here.
I think maybe Christensen for offensive rebounding.
Second one is, yeah, you might be right. Second one is good. 81-71. 25.3 left. Inbound to Rapp. Gives it back to Hunkin Clater. Looking for Jacobs to move. Hunkin Clater, high left side with 17. Got to make a move. Hunkin Clater leans in around Olabade. Lays it in with 15 seconds. 81-73. Clock frozen there as UC Riverside has to inbound. Hargress throws it in left. Pickens. Double team is there. Pickens is fouled with 12.8 to go. That's on Rapp. At some point, if you don't get the turnover and the clock winding down, you just have to commit it. So Hawaii, if this holds, would fall to 6-11 in the Big West. They would be overall at 500, 14-14. And in a very uncomfortable position with UC Davis on Saturday. First free throw short from Pickens. Hawaii could use one more of those right about now. Big deep breath. Second for Pickens. Good. 82-73, 12.8 left. Rapp will get the inbound, gives it back to Hunkin Clater, down to 9 seconds. Hunkin Clater, top of the arc, got a fire for 3, hits, 82-76, 5.4 remaining. Inbound goes into Smith, double team there, back to Hargress with 1 second. Hargress will just throw it up in the air, and that is going to be it. UC Riverside comes in, splits the series with Hawaii, at the most opportune time for the Highlanders and at the most inopportune time for the Rainbow Warriors. UCR 82, UH 76, and Hawaii now in danger with 3 games to go in Big West play. Hawaii gave UC Riverside a run for its money through the first maybe 25, 26 minutes, but the Highlanders offensively, Derek, were just better.
Yeah. I mean, just like you said, Hawaii actually played a decent game. Riverside just a little bit better. A little bit better individual plays being made, making shots. Hawaii had good looks down the stretch, and they just couldn't hit it.
We'll come back. Our post-game report in just a moment. UC Riverside 82, Hawaii 76. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Lex Brody's Tire Company. You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
Aloha, Kanoa Leahy here, and I am thrilled to tell you about Kahala. Kahala Aloha shirts are stories of our island home. Stylish, comfortable, designed by local artists, Kahala has been part of our ohana since 1936. As a proud partner of Let's Talk Sports, we encourage you to wear the original Aloha shirt that generations have loved. Pick one up for yourself at one of Kahala's 6 stores island-wide, or you can visit them online at kahala.com.
Dr. Jay Marumoto, the University of Hawaii's senior orthopedic surgeon, is Hawaii's leading expert in sports injury surgery. From the latest ACL bear implant reconstruction to biologically enhanced rotator cuff and labral repair surgery, Dr. Jay Marumoto continues to bring Hawaii's athletes the most advanced surgical treatments to get them back in the game. Dr. Jay Marumoto and Orthopedic Associates, Hawaii's team physicians.
Bring over your funds to Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union from another financial institution and secure it with a great rate for 5 months. Earn an amazing 4.25% annual percentage rate. Get in while the rates are still in the 4s. Don't miss this opportunity. Rates are rapidly changing. Get your 4.25 annual percentage rate for a 5-month certificate today. Check out Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union at hificu.com today.
Membership open to Oahu and Maui residents. Federally insured by NCUA. Rates subject to change without notice. $2,000 minimum to open. Money used to fund certificate must come from an external source. Penalty for early withdrawal. Fees could reduce earnings. Other rates available.
I'm Hal. I'm Jerry.
I'm Kehao.
We got your lumber.
We've got your hardware.
Bring your lumber list.
Email us your list.
Bring me your blueprint.
We've got you covered.
Get a quote from us. Itagyuti listahan nyo kanya.
Get a quote from us.
Get a quote from us. We've got you covered.
We love our customers.
Go where the contractors go. Hardware Hawaii. Contractor's choice.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
82-76. UC Riverside over Hawaii tonight. Highlanders go to 12-6 in the Big West, 18-11 overall. Hawaii's at 500, 14-14, 6-11 in the Big West. We'll go through the numbers here in just a moment, but Derek, put yourself in the position of this Hawaii team. You put up a pretty solid effort. All the things that everybody wanted to see, right? Up-tempo pace, getting up getting some good shots early on. All the things that everybody asked for, you got, right? In those first few minutes, you saw a team that had more conviction and a little more of an attacking emphasis, something that Hawaii's coaches had been asking for. You got all that, and it still wasn't good enough. How tough is that going into the locker room, knowing all of that you still fell 6 points shy of UC Riverside?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, I can pretty much for sure, think that going into the locker room, they will address the things that they did well in and stuff, because they did play a good game. Let's not get that twisted. They did some things very well. But at the end of the day, you said, maybe 25 minutes, they played really good. The game, you got to play good for the whole entire game. And that's just the fact. You can't, nothing less than that. You've seen it in that Bakersfield game, right? I mean, it goes down to the last second. So as good as Hawaii played, it's got to be for the whole game.
That's a great point, though, and I wasn't thinking about that at the moment. But hasn't that been the story of this Hawaii team over the course of the year? How often could you really say, I mean, maybe Cal State Fullerton here, maybe Cal Poly here. I don't know that I could really say it on the road, but how often could you truly say that Hawaii played a good 40-minute game, even a good 30 to 35-minute game? It has always kind of felt like it's been games within games, and that can be the difference between a team that's 6-11 and a team that's 11-6.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head. A lot of times I think we've seen Hawaii, right, play good for stretches, right? I think that's it. They play good for stretches, bad for stretches, but it's kind of been up and down. In a league like this, or in any league, right, against teams like Riverside, Hawaii can beat them. They did the last meeting, right? But again, when you're going up against guys that are talented, Pickens, Moses, Hargress, you got to play a complete game for the entire duration. You cannot take much. You're going to make mistakes, but you got to be present for the full game. And, there's no other way around that. And I'm sure Coach Ganad is going to express that to the team. I'm sure that's going to be one of the first things he says. Hey, we played a good game, but we didn't play for 40 minutes,
Our final stats are brought to you by Young Brothers, connecting our island communities. UC Riverside, they shot better in the second half. They were 56.5%, 13 of 23 in the second half. They got to the free throw line and went 17 of 20. All of that in the second half. They finished 48.3% for the game, 7 of 19 from distance, 17 of 20 from the free throw line. And we spend a lot of time, understandably so, talking about Barrington Hargress. 25, he averages 20 a game on 9 of 19 shooting. It seemed like he had a much easier time tonight, not by a lot, as compared to their first time around. But I think early on, it was tough for him, right? Between Beatty and Marcus Green, more so Beatty because he had most of that assignment, he made Hargress have to work for whatever he needed to get. But late in the game, it seemed like it got a little easier for him.
Yeah, and I don't think it's due to fatigue or anything like that. I just think a good player steps up at the end of the game and makes things out of nothing. But yeah, I thought Beatty did a good job against Hargress early on. The good thing about Beatty is he's long, he's physical, and he irritates you. And I think early on, Hargress kind of played into that. You saw him a lot of times extending his arm to try and get separation, once being called for it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Just kind of getting tangled and trying to force the issue of making contact and showing the ref. And that's the good thing about Beatty, because he will make a player do that. But, like you said, at the end of the game, Hargress found his step going to the basket, getting to the rim, and getting layups.
But it's really some of those other pieces. Isaiah Moses down the stretch from the free throw line, 14 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. It was Caleb Smith, who was an irritant to a point in time. He and Gitas Namiksha had that double technical at one point. But Smith, 14 points, knocked down a couple of pretty important threes. And Nate Pickens with a very quiet 9. Olabade, 8 points off the bench. So they got the contributions when necessary. And the other part, and I didn't even realize this here till the very end, they out-rebounded Hawaii 31-30. And that doesn't happen very often. 16-5 points off of turnovers, 18-11 in fast break points, and that's something they did pretty consistently in this game.
Yeah, to go back on what you were saying, with Moses, I think I think he had that scoring run, in the second half. And I think the team just kind of fed off of that. You saw the energy when he hit that crazy step back three. That's a tough shot. But after that, they just had a lot of energy. They were celebrating, and I think the rest of the guys fed off of that. Olabode hit 2 threes during that stretch. But yeah, I think they just kept that momentum going and feeding off of each other. While for Hawaii, late in the game, I think they were searching for someone to come through, someone to kind of give them that offensive spark.
And that's not to harp on that too much, but hasn't that also been the story of this team, where this team just has not had a guy that says, I will offensively carry this team. Namiksha was kind of that guy for a little while. Rapp had tried to be that guy for a little while in the first half. I think Rapp had 5 in the second half. Namiksha had 6 in the second half, something along those lines, because I think they both had 11 in the first 20 minutes, but it was a lot more difficult for those guys. But, this team does not have a Barrington Hargress. They don't have a T.Y. Johnson. They don't have an Iwaniwa Tate Jones. They don't have players like that take over games, and that can be a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say all the difference. I look at it positively as a way where Hawaii's got production from several people, because on almost every night Hawaii wins bench points, right? Because they get production from a lot of people. But when the game gets close, that's what separates good teams. Good teams have players that can step up, can demand the ball, can make plays for themselves or for the team, or a big thing that people don't really think about. When you have a player like Hargress or Moses, right? At the end of the game, you're so confident as a team, as staff. Man, I'm confident in my guys' abilities to just take care of business, to close the game out. And, I think Hawaii is working on towards there. I think Aaron Claytor did a very nice job in today's game.
Yeah.
And the more experience he gets, he can definitely get to that position. But, I think that's what Hawaii is lacking.
His standout ability is just only getting better. Career high night for Hunkin Claytor with 11 points and 5 assists. He was 5 of 9 from the floor, also had a couple of steals. His confidence to take a few more shots, because that's not something he did initially. It took him a little while to get comfortable just to go to the rim. Now he's taken threes. He was 1 of 3 in this game. It's been kind of like a slow build for him. That's almost had to quicken a little bit because of the injury to Cody Williams and other factors. And he's just played better and better and better. But you were kind of leaning to it. This point was going to come when he'd start to kind of build on those career highs, and he did tonight.
Yeah, and it just comes from more and more experience. The more experience he's gotten, the more he's played, you just could see him, getting more and more confident, a little bit more comfortable in what he's doing on the court. And, the thing about Aaron Claytor is, aside from his passing, I think that's what everyone kind of saw from the beginning. It's just he has a poise, with the ball. He has that ability to, not panic in high traffic areas, in the paint. And he always keeps his heads up. That's why he's able to see certain passes. But, that's a real, big characteristic for a young point guard to have.
Hawaii shot 48.4% from the floor, 30 of 62, 7 of 24 from outside the arc, 9 of 9 from the free throw line. It was Gitas Namiksha who led Hawaii in scoring, 17 points, 6 of 14 from the floor. The way he got off the bench initially and put the kind of effort he did was one of the reasons why Hawaii was up at halftime. Between he and Ryan Rapp in that first half. I mean, Hawaii was certainly in that game because of those two. 16 for Rapp, his 4 threes, 1 shy of his career high, 6 of 11 shooting. We mentioned Hunkin Claytor, 11. I feel like you have to mention, though, Tanner Christensen. He was in foul trouble. He did have 4. He only played a couple of minutes in the first half. He finishes 8 points and 7 rebounds and took just 4 shots. It feels like if you wanted to be a little closer in this game, that you needed a little bit more from Tanner Christensen.
Yeah, I agree. And like you said earlier, just being in foul trouble never really helps. I think it just throws, your rhythm and everything off. When you get 2 quick fouls, you got to sit for the rest of the first half. They brought him back in for a little bit, towards the end of the first half, but still, it's just hard to get going. But he still made an impact. Kept several offensive possessions alive, which helped a lot. But yeah, in a game like this, I would have thought Christensen would have the upper hand in the paint, with his size. But I think credit got to be given to Riverside, because on defense, they switched all guard exchanges, and then they really tried to keep Hawaii towards the sidelines. So it kind of congested the sideline area. You have the ball handler on the wing, you have a corner, and then you have Tanner Christensen at the block, and that's a little too congested to give to your big man.
Yeah, and credit arbitrating. They were locking horns. You had those offensive fouls early on the screens, and arbitrating kind of just took them out of the game right out of the chute. Hawaii did have 14 second chance points on 8 offensive rebounds. Bench outscored UC Riverside 28-16, but that has become kind of common, right? Hawaii's bench has outscored the opponents every game. It just hasn't. It hasn't led to the results Hawaii has wanted. Hawaii's now lost 8 of its last 10, and another tough one with UC Davis coming up on Saturday. We've got more in a moment, including our conversation with Hawaii head coach Eran Ganad. UC Riverside 82, Hawaii 76. First, we pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu, driven by BMW of Honolulu.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii Sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
All right, back with the coach and some of our final thoughts. That up next, plus the fans' voice with Gary Dickman. That's still to come. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hi, this is Tim Palms, General Manager of BMW of Honolulu. We're excited to be courtside with the University of Hawaii Rainbow Warriors this season. Like the Bows, BMW delivers unmatched performance and precision. Experience the ultimate drive at BMW of Honolulu. Now's your chance to get a slam dunk lease offer on the all-electric 2024 BMW iX for only $699 a month. BMW of Honolulu is a proud sponsor of Rainbow Warrior basketball on ESPN Honolulu. Visit us today at bmwhawaii.com. Go Bows.
Aloha, this is Kanoa Leahy of Let's Talk Sports. You may have heard me mention a couple 100 times on the air that I've been receiving treatment for my knee joints from Dr. Charles Arakaki at MotoGen Medical. So I underwent multiple knee surgeries in my younger years and was looking for some relief, and I don't want to go under the knife again if I can prevent it. Dr. Arakaki's regenerative joint therapy treatment uses healing properties from your own body to create an injectable serum that generates healing and relief. It's a series of injections and shockwave treatments over the course of about 6 weeks in my case, and I just recently completed the 6 weeks and can genuinely say that I've been ramping up some of my workouts and physical activities, and my knees have been responding really well. Pain and swelling has not been an issue, and I'm excited about what further improvements I can realize. Not just knees either. Dr. Arakaki also treats hips, lower back, and shoulders. To find out if you're a good candidate for this treatment, call MotoGen Medical for a free evaluation, 808-562-5000, or book a free evaluation online at motogen.com. That's MODOGEN.com.
When you got the hungries, go to Young's Fish Market in Honolulu. Young's Fish Market is your headquarters for an extensive menu full of local favorites. Get the Lau Lau plate, Kalua pig, or the beef stew. How about tripe stew, pipi kaula, lomi salmon, and squid luau? Get 10% off for Military Monday, Senior Tuesdays 60 and over, or every day for EMS, law enforcement, and firefighters. Just show your ID. Visit youngsfishmarket.com, home of the famous Wow Lau Lau.
Dreaming of owning a home? At Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, we're here to make it happen with competitive rates and a local team who understand the Hawaii housing market. Whether you're looking to buy your first home or upgrading, our friendly, experienced team is here to guide you every step of the way. For details or today's rates, call our mortgage hotline at 808-844-8048 or visit hawaiiusafcu.com/mortgages. Hawaii USA, life matters. An equal housing lender.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV, delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
$82-76, UC Riverside over Hawaii tonight. We'll go through the standings and we'll go through the scoreboard because that is just as much of the games that are in front of us. That is almost as important, if not more important, just given needing some help along the way here. First, our play of the game, which is brought to you by Young's Fish Market in Kalihi at City Square, home of the Wow Lao Lao. And this young man's family is standing to our right about maybe 15 to 20 feet away. They got to see some excitement from this young man taking it right to the rim. Olabade for three. That is short. Long rebound comes out to Green. They've got a 3-on-3. Left for Rapp. Spins on his man. Rapp to the rim. That's good off the glass. Spun on Hardress and got it to go off the window. Hawaii up 18-16 with 11:19 left in the half. That was right around the time where Rapp was in a pretty good stretch too. That first half, he had that lay-in that gave Hawaii the 2-point lead. He had another three a little bit later on that put Hawaii up 32-30. And then from that point, I mean, he had another three-pointer that got Hawaii within one. It was 52-51 at that point, where UC Riverside was starting to gain some momentum at that point. Ryan Rapp's not our player of the game, which is kind of weird. We just talked about Ryan Rapp and all the stuff he did. Sorry, he just fell a little bit short. But his aggressiveness here in the last few weeks, we talked about, all right, Hawaii does not have this go-to scorer on their team. He's tried to act like it as best as he possibly can, sometimes falling a little bit short, but we saw some of his best effort on that front here.
Yeah, I think he did his part. I mean, he came in today, aggressive, and that's what you need from this team. On a team that doesn't really have that guy, I mean, you gotta figure out a way to find different pieces. And I think Rapp had a big part of that, for this game. And, you got to be encouraged with that. He shot with confidence. He drove with confidence. Judging by that play of the game, I mean, he did a real nice drive with a quick spin move. I mean, any faster, would have looked like a tornado, but it's just good to see that, from him get a good game, in front of his family.
Unfortunately for him, he is the runner-up in our Player of the Game award, our Player of the Game's engineered effort, brought to you by BMW of Honolulu, inviting you to take a test drive of the ultimate driving machine where you will find exceptional offers. And I think we're both in agreement. We'll give it to Gitas tonight. Off the bench, 17 points, 6 of 14 shooting, 3 rebounds, just under 27 minutes. I'm kind of left based on, let's talk about the performance first, and then I'm kind of left with a question that I feel like I need to ask you. But describe what he did off the bench, how he got there.
Very well deserved from Nemeksha. I think that was a contagious feeling for the whole team in general. Having just that confidence coming out from the get-go, being aggressive, not being hesitant. And as soon as he stepped on the floor tonight, you could just see that, just very assertive in his movement, in what to do with the basketball, and just getting active early.
Hawaii coach Iran Ganat joining us now here at our broadcast position. Coach, initial thoughts here after the 82-76 result.
I think you give him a lot of credit. I said it. I know I had the interview after, and we're disappointed. This is it's been a struggle. I do think our energy and effort was better. Obviously, we had a man down, and I think that showed in a one end specifically for sure. And I think they attacked that. Our rebounding, down 1 on the boards we can't be -1 on the boards. We can't be +1. We have to get back to being dominant on the boards, and that can help some of our shortcomings a little bit. I think I like the open threes we got. We had some guys miss some open looks, and like I said before, if we're going to be hesitant, we're going to be really bad. But that was good. Good shots. Good shots at the rim. We're not finishing well at the rim. The things that have really left us are the 2-point finishes and the rebounding to the extent. Obviously, -1 isn't brutal, but the thing that we're going to be exposing now when you lose Cody is point of attack, and especially during that stretch, that was a really sad point of attack game for us.
I'm
defensively.
I'm thinking to something that you've talked about with the team, and it seemed like in that first 4 to 5 minutes, there was an increased pace offensively. There was a certain aggression, albeit under control aggression, of trying to start out on the right foot. And it seemed like you saw that very early on.
I think we've always been telling our guys to push, and the defensive rebound has helped us. We're one of the better ones in the country. It's like I told you, this group's a little interesting when we miss some shots, or the group never fragments, but we do get sad. And so the big thing you saw, obviously, in the days up and today was about, hey, be aggressive. The game rewards toughness. The game rewards the aggressor. And like I was telling Harry, he missed his first 2 looks. Those are great. You shoot the ball because he passed up his third, and that was the shot you work hard to get, and you're a good shooter. And then we can get it off the offensive. We don't say, like a lot of people say, pass up a good shot for a great shot. We'll pass up a good shot for definitely a great shot, but we don't pass up a good shot for maybe a great shot later in the possession. I think the other thing I think we could have been better at, I like our fight at the end. I thought the press helped us. Obviously didn't capitalize as much on it, but there's a lot of time when you're down 7, and they overplayed the 1-3, and we shot it over like as high as we could instead of, attack the rim, get your press, attack the rim. And after that, we got to the rim, we got to the line. But obviously we're very, very concerned about our point of attack defense. It feels like right now, and Tom knows he could have done a better job, but you can't have one guy guard all their guards.
Well, first, I know there's no moral, victories, but I mean, Josh and I both thought, you guys played a really good game for most of the game, not all of it, but one of the things that we saw was how, aggressive and how confident they came out from the get-go. Guys like Harry Ruliadef, you saw how assertive he was. I mean, Ryan Rapp. And even Gitas, as soon as he came into the game, was that the vibe coming in? Was that like, what the players all, was that the magnitude of the game, or, what contributed to that? Because, I mean, I thought it worked really well.
Well, I think we've been talking about that, like play with aggression, be your best you. It's been the theme. Like we looked at, some of these, hey, we got a group that's young in some ways, they're pleasers, and sometimes those guys can compound the problem. But like we missed some open threes, some games we've missed some shots on the rim. That's keep getting those, and I think Ryan ignited that. Sometimes a rising tide lifts all ships, and we talked about don't let sad is just as destructive on the floor. Like a lot of teams when they struggle, and I appreciate the professionalism of our group and the maturity, and obviously they care a lot of great kids. When people struggle, they get divided and have on and off court issues and all that nonsense. Our guys have none of that, but we are impacting each other a little bit on the floor because we get sad. And so we're just talking to our guys about mindset, which we always do, but like, hey, and I think Ryan ignited that by being aggressive, and, we have to navigate Tanner's foul trouble early again. Like you said, in Gitas and Harry had some layups around the rim. So, moving forward in this stretch, obviously we've got to address this point of attack issue, but that's why I said when I first came on the call that I was pleased with the flow again offensively. Part of it is X's and O's, part of it is just, confidence.
Tanner Christensen fell in foul trouble within the first 2.5 minutes. How do you feel like that impacted everything moving forward? Because he got 8 points and 7 rebounds, but I'm pretty sure you would have loved to have more of his imprint on this game.
Yeah, they had a flurry of bigs they could throw on him, and I think we didn't want he had 2 fouls very early, and I didn't really want him to sit 15 straight minutes. That's just game time. So over the years we're there's no 2 foul rule here. It's 2 foul rule depending on who you are. Our boy Stefan Jankovic, who was here today, would tell you that we couldn't play him with 2 so much because he couldn't help himself by picking up his third. Or Mike Thomas. And Tanner's not great there. And some other guys, I remember we had Rod Bobbitt pick up a 4th foul with like 9 minutes to go, and I played him because he could play with that. Now in this game, I told Tanner we're going to put you back in, and you got to be smart about it. And we had to navigate with him out there. And I thought we hung in there where we could have, but I wanted him back in. And I thought whether he's scoring or not, his impact, his presence, I thought he was changed the game for us a little bit, rebounding when we were struggling early, and creating space on drives because he's sealing the bigs, those kind of things. Hopefully, the good thing is he's better with playing with two from tonight, and hopefully he'll stop putting himself in those positions.
Coach, see you on Saturday.
Thank you.
All right, Hawaii coach Ron Ganot joining us here on the post-game report. Final 82-76. All right, two things, Derek, before we wrap and turn it over to the award-winning the fans' voice. I think the first one being with Gitas, and I wanted to get there before Coach joined us. I mean, you see him lead the team in scoring with 17 tonight. He is the team's leading scorer overall. There is a very, very, in fact, I don't even want to say marginal. There is no room for error at this point. Hawaii is right now a half game behind of Cal State Bakersfield. Hawaii's in 8th place, a game up on Cal Poly, who is in 9th place, and that was a season split between the two. You get other teams together, you get tiebreakers. Let's forget that nonsense for a moment. But I'm thinking about if you've got very little to lose, and your leading scorer came through with a big night like he did tonight. Part of me kind of wonders, can you afford to have Gitas and Namik just continue to come off the bench?
Good question. As this team has always operated, I think it always comes down to matchups. I think a lot of times, even though you come off the bench, I think some players operate probably the best, coming off, providing that energy. Because when you look at it, if you put Gitas in the starting lineup, right, knowing that he has the ability to provide offensive power, right? I mean, who else do you have coming off the bench that could possibly provide that offensive spark? You might not have anybody. I mean, Ryan Rapp is starting. You put Gitas in there, maybe Harry. But you don't have much options, right? So I'd say sometimes you got to, even though he's your leading scorer, sometimes you need something coming off the bench. Otherwise, you're just subbing in, and not knowing if you're going to get any offensive production.
All right. Lastly, the scoreboard the way it is, the big result tonight was the win by Cal State Bakersfield. Jamel Jones with the game winner at Long Beach State. So Cal State Bakersfield moves into 7th place, a half game up, thanks to that overtime win at Long Beach State. You also kind of have to pay attention to Cal Poly, especially now that Cal Poly is a game back of Hawaii. Cal Poly did lose at UC Santa Barbara tonight, 96-77. So you would love for Cal Poly to keep losing, but Cal Poly's got a fairly easy stretch still remaining. So does Cal State Bakersfield, and Hawaii plays the Roadrunners next week, Thursday. I mean, isn't it hard if you're a player right now and you see the way that this is going? I'm sure you want a scoreboard watch, but I'm sure that also takes away from being able to kind of insulate yourself to what needs to be done better on your end.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you have to be aware of what's going on around you and in the league. Mm-hmm. But from my experience, I think that's the last thing that we any of us want to do as players is put the fate of our season in the other team's hands, right? So that's why these games are so important. Winning this home game stretch, or the games that they should have won in the past. That's why at the end it always comes back. And in a tight race like this, every game matters, every point counts. So that's one of the biggest things. Trying not to let the fate of your season, what happens, is dictated upon what happens with the other teams or the other games.
Yeah, you can also know at the same time you still also control your own destiny, which means the UC Davis game Saturday night is massive for this Hawaii team. We'll be here. Our coverage, Rainbow Warrior Countdown, presented by Hawaii Pacific Health, 6:30 here Saturday night. We'll be here. We hope you can join us as well. It is senior night. We'll talk about the 5 seniors throughout that broadcast. And, of course, we'll watch the Big West scoreboard as well. Your final here, UC Riverside 82, Hawaii 76. For our producer, Liz Stacy, for Derek Lowe, I'm Josh Pacheco. Don't go anywhere. The fans' voice will take you up until 9:55 tonight. So we look forward to hearing your voices and reading your words that we need to autocorrect on text. That coming up for the next 20 minutes or so. Your final, UC Riverside 82, Hawaii 76. This is Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu, driven by BMW of Honolulu. The fans' voice is next.
Did you know that 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a new battery this year? Don't wait till it's too late to do something about it. Test your battery regularly, and if you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for every make and model on the road. So don't wait until your car won't start or you're stranded on the side of the road. Test your battery today or find the replacement you need at Napa locations nationwide, because it's our mission to keep you moving. Napa! Give your engine the attention it deserves with the advanced formulation of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It delivers faster oil flow for superior temperature protection in the harshest conditions. Defends against sludge and buildup while keeping your engine running cleaner, longer. And improves fuel efficiency by reducing friction, helping you stay at peak performance mile after mile. Try Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil today. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. Napa!
Here's Dr. Sean Giancaterino with a heart health tip from Hawaii Pacific Health.
Heart disease is one of the leading causes of death for men and women, but prevention is key to reducing your risk. Take charge of your heart health by maintaining a healthy diet, exercising regularly, and monitoring risk factors like blood pressure, cholesterol, and your family history of heart disease to live healthier.
To learn more, visit hawaiipacifichealth.org/heart centers.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Our water originates atop the Mauna Loa volcano as rain and snow melt, filtering through thousands of feet of porous volcanic rock and re-emerging at the surface as refreshingly crisp, naturally alkaline water. Learn more at waiakea.com and find us at most stores across the islands. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra is proud to be a Kama'aina favorite. Honolulu's landmark hotel has been your hotel for business, staycations, or just visiting with family and friends. Eat, shop, and stay at Honolulu's landmark hotel with easy access to Ala Moana Shopping Center and enjoy dining at Cafe 410, Pint and Jigger, the signature prime steak and seafood, or the Cafe at Dada. Enjoy your banquet, staycation, or business meeting where Kama'aina know best. It's the Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra. This is your hotel.
We see a lot of kids and even adults riding their e-bikes and skateboarding, doing cool wheelies and ripping turns and getting air. There's only one problem, though. Many aren't wearing helmets, or they're not wearing the helmet correctly. Protect your brain. You only have one brain, and we all need to protect it. We all need to have fun, but we also need to take care of ourselves and our health. Wear a helmet and wear it correctly to save yourself from a concussion and further neurotrauma injuries. This message is brought to you by HCAM, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program.
Hawaii basketball on ESPN Honolulu.
Welcome back to Simplify Arena at the Stan Sheriff Center. It is Gary Dickman with the Fans Voice. If you want to get in touch with us and talk about tonight's game, 808-296-1420 is the phone number and the text number. We have got a lot of texts. I'll try to get to as many as I can. We are hopeful that we can get one of the players to join us in a few minutes as well. They did finish the autograph session, so we'll have to play that by ear. Let's go to the text line right now and talk about the game. And again, the final score, Riverside does win 82-76. This one came in right near the end, and it says, "Aloha, love the Bows for life and very accustomed to strong starts and fading away once the conference season starts. This season, same thing, strong start. Do you believe Hawaii can recruit and retain enough in the NIL era to remain a D1 basketball school? We hunt for a half and change tonight before." I don't know what that part means. Every Big West team has a go-to scorer, and we don't. Do we have a future? I will love them regardless. Mahalo for what you do. And this is from Peter from Palisade. Well, I do think we're going to remain a D1 school. We do have the future. That's definite. As far as getting over this hump that we are in the NIL era, it's going to be tough. Big West schools are up against the same thing as we are, but we don't have, in most cases, the NIL contributions to maybe match the pay for play that other schools do. And nobody really knows the exact figures. So I've just seen things as far as what NIL has been giving Hawaii, whether it's in the Mountain West for football or in the Big West. And we are at the bottom. That can hurt. We do have a future, and I'm glad we have fans like you, Peter, that are going to love the Bows for life. He also texted in, we consistently look like we can't compete this season. Well, I've used the word inconsistent as the one word to describe this team. And, you know, tonight was a much better performance, and I'm not making excuses. I am not going to look at anything like a moral victory, but it wasn't anything like the UC San Diego game. They played a lot better tonight. They also played a really good team in Riverside. Let's get to a couple more texts. Such a gut punch to end the season. We look non-competitive when we lose. See, tonight I thought it was kind of the opposite. I think they did play hard. And I mentioned that earlier this morning on my show that I think the Irvine game, at least in that second half, they played hard. Might not be satisfactory enough for some, but when you don't play hard and you lose, that's another thing. When you play as hard as you can or close to it and you lose, at least they gave effort. And I think tonight they did give effort. But thank you for that text. Another texter just saying better effort tonight. And yes, that's what I was just saying. So totally agree with that. And then, of course, we have the texter says, Gary, you better jump off the sinking ship before it goes down. No, I won't. I'm a fan, too. And even though things have looked really bad lately, I mean, 2 out of their last 10, they've lost those 8 and only won 2, and they're in danger right now of not even qualifying for the Big West tournament. But I'll always believe in this team. I mean, that's what you do as a fan, don't you? And I'm looking at it from a fan's perspective. And I can't say like I did maybe a few weeks ago where there's still a lot of basketball left. There's not. They still can qualify for the Big West tournament. They do control their own destiny. But as Josh mentioned a few minutes ago, when you look at the schedule, Cal Poly has about as easy a 3-game stretch as you could want for them. Hawaii, not quite the same. Davis, Bakersfield on the road, and then CSUN to end the regular season. It will be tough. And right now, things don't look good. Doesn't mean it's going to end that way, although the last month or so has been tough for Hawaii. Here we go from Mike. Is it possible UH style of play subdues the team's drive to win? And he also says, seems like the team does not have the want to. Like Artie says, we need some dogs. I think we got players that can get the job done. And I know Josh was mentioning this a few minutes ago, kind of echoing what I was thinking during the game about Ryan Rapp and his style of play. And I've mentioned that a lot in the last week or two. He seems like he is playing like it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals. He's leaving it all out on the court, to use a cliche, but he's playing hard. He's diving after loose balls and doing what you'd want a player to do. Now, I don't want to point out any one player as far as the faults for Hawaii or the problem, but I will bring up this one example. In the first half, with about 6:45 left, Hawaii was down 23-20. There was a loose ball right in front of the Riverside bench, in front of the media table, and Jerome Palm stood there. And some players might have dove on the ball, and I don't want to single him out for the reason Hawaii lost or anything like that. That is just one play where everybody's got to be doing what Ryan Rapp is doing. Sacrificing your body, going after every loose ball, diving on a loose ball, maybe creating a turnover or a jump ball. And that was just one example where it just wasn't happening. And again, that is something that might be a little indicative of how this team has played in spurts. Again, overall, they cleaned up the turnover problem, at least from recent weeks, and they did a lot of things better tonight. Unfortunately, it was not enough. 808-296-1420 is our phone number. It is our text number. And another text from Mike says, looking at it from a confidence standpoint and the mental ability, I guess he's talking about the want to. I think that's sometimes hard to really follow and watch and identify totally, but I think there is something to that on the other side as well. And I just use an example about the want to with one of the players, in this case it was Jerome Palm, not diving on a loose basketball, or a basketball that actually Riverside had, but not full possession. And I love that Ryan Rapp does play that hard and does do those things to help Hawaii win. But I understand where you're coming from, Mike. Thank you for that text. Another question that has come in And I'm not sure if it's the same texter every time, but he's wondering why Hawaii waits till 2 or 3 minutes left in the game before they press. I don't know the exact answer. He also goes on to text, couldn't he see from an early on that we just couldn't break ahead? They needed something to get the defense going. This was a very close game throughout. Riverside's biggest lead of the game was 11, and that was with less than a minute left. This was a game that was kind of back and forth. And as far as why they didn't press, I can't give you an exact answer. I think, though, that that is not something Hawaii might do particularly well. You got to do it at certain times, but also if you press too early, do you use up too much energy? Do you get guys in foul trouble? Again, I'm just giving my opinion on that. I'm not sure of the exact reason. I don't think the lack of pressing is why Hawaii lost tonight, though. You're going to maybe get something out of a situation like that, but I wouldn't say that's the reason why. And it's just where some teams will press more often, some teams won't. And for Hawaii, it's not something they do, throughout the game. They'll do it near the end of the game. And I know that might not be what you want to hear, but anyway, that's my thoughts on that. Here is another text saying also, I think from the same person, or actually it's not, but he's talking about the press as well, saying these young men go out and play hard to try and get a win. So it's hard. It must be hard for these, must be hard and tough in these young men to play like that and not get the win. He also says, why do we wait so late to start pressing? It's so frustrating. There was definitely a vibe of urgency to play hard and play well together tonight. Ryan and Gita and Harry looked confident, but sadly we fell short. Hopefully Saturday we can pull off a win. Go Bows. I am a believer. And that's all you can do. I read a quote from Eran Ganat earlier in the week talking about last Saturday's loss. And he said, all we can do is just go back to work and try to get better and try to improve. I know some fans are saying, do a lot of things differently, which I don't think you do at this stage of the season. Maybe you should change the starting lineup, leave guys in longer. I trust the coaches and their decision-making. They're there all the time and know what works best, even though it hasn't totally worked out for Hawaii. Another text comes in and says something that we should point out for Saturday, where Hawaii is playing a Davis team that was off today. Cal Poly plays Bakersfield, and that is a big game. I don't know who I want to win more. I guess it would be Bakersfield. We wanted to keep Cal Poly as far away from Hawaii. They are 9th place on the outside looking in. They've got 3 very winnable games on their schedule. Long Beach State, Bakersfield, and Fullerton. They did lose big time to Santa Barbara tonight. They could go 3-0 in their last 3 games. And if they do, Hawaii would have to win 2 to keep that 8th spot. And for the tiebreaker, they split head-to-head. I'd have to go down the top of the standings and see how each team did against an Irvine or a San Diego. But I can tell you Hawaii is 0-4 against those 2 teams. I have a feeling Cal Poly, even though they took Irvine to overtime, is probably not any better. So that's what you do in the tiebreaker. You go head-to-head, and if that doesn't settle the tie, then you go to see how each team did at the top of the standings until you settle the tie. And again, Hawaii 0-4 against the top 2 teams, and I'm pretty certain Cal Poly is as well. Then you'd have to go to maybe a CSUN and maybe a Riverside, and at least Hawaii has that 1 win against Riverside, and they do have CSUN coming up a week from Saturday too to end the regular season. 808-296-1420. And we got another text saying, I like Eran Ganat as a person, but you need to get someone else in there who can recruit better talent. See, we hear this a lot over the last several weeks, maybe even month or 2, and that's easier said than done. I don't know who you could get in here necessarily that's going to recruit better talent just because, and there is no answer to that. With the NILs, the way they are, and everything else involved, it's not where you are able to recruit necessarily better talent. It might go to the highest bidder. It's like free agency in the pros is what college basketball and college sports has become. And we've seen some of the stories. We see some of the numbers in college basketball and football. And if Hawaii had more to offer NIL-wise, they might be able to recruit a little bit better. It's totally different than it was 4 or 5 years ago, where that had nothing to do with it, at least not legally. And how do you overcome that? Well, NIL contributions could help. And I'm not saying the fans have to make up for it, but they can help in that area. But it's not as easy as just replacing a coach and thinking then we're going to recruit a lot better, or we're going to go and get these dogs in the inner city and things like Artie Wilson has said. Oh, I love Artie Wilson, but also not a guarantee when you go into certain cities that you're going to get a great player, and that's going to make your team a lot better. Another text comes in. We got a lot of them tonight, and I thank you for that. UH likely must win 2 of their last 3, with a big one at Bakersfield next week, because UH unlikely to beat CSUN next week. Well, they're not going to be favored in any of these last 3 games. That we know. The Davis game is probably going to be a pretty close one. But your point is well taken, something I had just said a minute or two ago, that they do really need to win 2 to clinch it. Winning 1 will probably be tough depending on what Cal Poly does. Let's go to the phone before I get back to some text at 808-296-1420. And guess who it is? It is our friend Matthew. Hey, Matthew, how's it going?
Hey, Gary, that was a tough one to take, but it seemed like to me, although we had good games from Nemisha and Rapp, it seemed to me like what really turned the tide was that second half where there was a stretch of Riverside putting up some really wacky shots, sometimes even from 3, and it seemed to go in. Do you feel like that kind of ruined UH's rhythm?
I don't know if it ruined their rhythm because they made some crazy shots. They were a good basketball team, and Barrington Hargress, only a sophomore, is probably an all-Big West first-team player. He's good. He made some shots that didn't look like they were going to go in, and even they shouldn't have gone in, I guess, but he's a good player, and that will happen. I don't really think Hawaii played that bad defensively tonight. Riverside, give them credit, they made open shots. They did have too many open looks. And that's one thing I wish Hawaii could have maybe closed out a little bit more. Maybe with a zone, you take the opportunities away to maybe guard somebody a little tougher, close out on a perimeter shooter. But Hawaii, I think they played hard tonight, and they played better. Foul trouble came into play early with Tanner Christensen. But as you mentioned, to get Gitas Demetriou to play like he was in December and maybe early January was a big lift for Hawaii. And if he can play like that the rest of the way, then I feel a lot better about this team. He's somebody who has struggled of late, and I mentioned this on the morning show that he would be a guy that I think if you're going to make a change in the starting lineup, he might be that guy, and also the guy that really needs to be how he was early on. And tonight he was. So that was something that I take away from this game, even though I'm not looking at positives or moral victories, but seeing Gitas play the way he did tonight, the aggressiveness I really liked.
Exactly. And you mentioned Gitas. I think there's some kind of rumor that there's a waiver from the NCAA that was passed that would allow Gitas an additional senior season. Gary, I'm not sure if you heard about that, but what are your thoughts on that? And do you think that if Gitas wants to take it, do you think he'll return? If you had to take a guess?
I don't want to guess because I don't know him well enough personally, and I've never asked him. I have no idea, so it's like flipping a coin. As far as that rumor, I have read it once or twice, but I don't know if there's much to that. And I will check before I leave here tonight. And on the morning show tomorrow from 5 to 7, I'll talk about that and see if there is anything to that. Matthew, thank you so much for the call. We got to run. Unfortunately, we didn't get a player tonight. Hope to get one on senior night. Hopefully a nice crowd on Saturday for the regular season finale. And as we have mentioned, it is a very important game. I want to thank everybody for their texts, and we'll continue talking UH men's basketball, of course, tomorrow, starting at 5 a.m. Have a great rest of the night, everybody. Hope to see you out here Saturday night. Aloha.
This has been University of Hawaii men's basketball, driven by BMW of Honolulu, and brought to you by
Hawaii Pacific Health, Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, IBEW Local 1186, Lex Brody's Tire Company, Waiakea Water, Young's Fish Market, Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, Napa Auto Parts, HGEA, Hardware Hawaii, HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program, Dr. J. Maramoto and Orthopedic Associates, Dial Electric Supply, the Ala Moana Hotel by Mantra, Kahala, and Young Brothers.
This has been a live presentation of ESPN Honolulu. We now return to your regular programming.
As TSN 690, Cole Caulfield, Montreal over San Jose 4-3. Another OT winner for the Pens.
Carlson with 2 goals tonight. Here come the Penguins, 2-on-1. Malkin near circle, slows down, shoots it, scores! And Gary Malkin, the overtime hero. And the Penguins take down the in-state rival. The Flyers are down.
That's the Penguins Hockey Network. Yevgeny Malkin wins it over the Flyers 5-4. Unsportsmanlike guest list starts with Mike Tannenbaum at 7:30 Eastern. Coming up, Steph puts on a magic show. That's next. This is ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming up Friday, I'll tell you which upcoming free agents need a change of scenery this offseason. It's Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Sports Center all night. More still to come.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STREAK to 42424. That's STREAK to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Joel Embiid's deal is one of the worst contracts, if not the worst contract in all the sports. And the frustrating part about how they're handling the entire situation is that the Sixers are clearly a championship or bust squad, and they're nowhere close to competing for a title. So I don't understand to what end they're managing Joel Embiid's injury. I think they should shut him down.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
This is Jerome from Birmingham, previously from the Paul Feinbaum Show.
I was talking to a friend of mine today, Braxton, who's in SEC circles. He said, listen, never been better in basketball, which we understand. He said baseball is even better than basketball. How many? 4 of the top 5 are in the AP poll are from the SEC? Baseball is better.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
If they got that meat hanging from their arm, you know that food on point.
That'll be fine.
You got one of them skinny arms in that kitchen fixing that food. You better not eat it.
Lord.
I need one of them big arms with that meat hanging. That's right. You know the food gonna be seasoned. It's gonna taste right. You go in there, you got one of them skinny arms. You better get the hell up out that kitchen.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Hey, did you miss Clinton and Friends?
For the Rams specific, man, this would be a miss if they get rid of Stafford, in my opinion. He's the only guy that's won a Super Bowl with the team in Los Angeles, and it happened in Los Angeles. Like, his relationship to this franchise, I think, is being hugely undersold. If you're going to get rid of somebody who's been a proven winner, you better have somebody good on the backside.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Honolulu is Hawaii's sports leader. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM. Part of the IO family of companies.
Coming up on Sports Center all night. Anthony Edwards and the Wolves roam west to clash with Luka and the Lakers.
Here's Luka dribbling, got it to Vando. Alley-oop to LeBron, slam dunk. And he may have been fouled, too. They didn't call it, but I thought he got hit on the arm.
The Joker faces off against Giannis in Milwaukee.
Bucks go the other way. Torian Prince feeds it ahead to Kuzma. To Giannis. Giannis, look out below. He plants it right in the heart of the cylinder.
Thursday night college basketball features several ranked teams in action.
Toby, back to the bucket, guarded loosely by Gatang. Hand off to Jackson, right wing. Thought about a 3, now drives, finds Reagan. Right corner for 3, buried it.
What's next with the future of Matthew Stafford?
This is flat out mind-blowing to me for a number of different reasons. Look, if you just look at it from Matthew's time when he
Vegas and Detroit for what he's accomplished since he's been in Los Angeles. That's enough right there. You just stop right there as far as I'm saying. You don't mess with guys like this. You figure stuff out.
Plus, all the best sounds from day one of the NFL Combine.
You know, I did some meetings at receiver, did some meetings at DB, so still up in the air. They say nobody has ever done it for real the way I do it, but I tell them I'm just different.
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, it's the Heisman winner. He wants to be a two-way player as a pro as well. And Ant-Man giving the heave-ho in L.A. Welcome to SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. We are brought to you by Progressive Insurance. The NFL Combine continues while league-wide rumors continue regarding Matthew Stafford. We'll get to that. But first up, some spicy curry in O-Town. Steph had one of those nights. This time, the Magic paid.
Curry now has it after the 2 free throws by Anthony. 6-point game. Back to Curry. 3-ball good on the right sideline. Number 10 on the night. 108.99. Stephen Curry has 46 points. 10 of 15 beyond the arc. Yes, we're in another clutch game. The Warriors 35th on the season. That's third most in the association. Curry the bounce, pass to Butler, back to Curry. He'll fire again. He got another one. It's number 11 on the night. 111 to 104. Curry guarded by Carter Jr. Gets another screen. Bounce pass to Post. Over to Pajemski. Post had a layup and gave it up. Pajemski out to Curry. Pump fake. Fly by. 3-ball. Got it with the buzzer sounding. The shot clock was winding down. It's his 12-3 of the night. He's got a 52-point game. More importantly, the Warriors lead by 5.
As 95-7, the game on the call. Steph Curry, a season-high 56 points. He made a dozen three-pointers, outscoring Orlando by himself in the third quarter. Warriors beat the Magic 121-115. Curry was 12 of 19 from beyond the arc, an NBA record 26 career game with 10-plus threes. He was 16 of 25 overall from the floor, made all 12 of his free throws in Golden State's 5th straight win. He had 22 points in the third quarter alone. Orlando managed just 21 in that quarter. This was Curry post-game, NBC Sports Bay Area.
God is good, man. I'm just blessed to, like I always say, play this game, enjoy the competition, the creativity, and it's grown over the years where you can thrive off of a road crowd, which is pretty insane. I had a little flurry in the first half, and you started to feel the energy. So for us to win this game, obviously it took all those points, but it took a collective resilience that I love that we showed tonight. It could have been easy to lay down the first game of a road trip down 16, 18, whatever it was, but we all clawed back, and I fed off my teammates' energy too.
Steph, I want to personally thank you for all those games that Bonte just rattled off, and for tonight's performance, amazing. But I want to know, since Jimmy Butler got here, Steph, this is a totally different team. What's the feeling? No one knows championship teams better than you. What's the feeling in that locker room that what this team can accomplish this season?
There's a high level of confidence that we can continue to win games and learn each other and learn this rotation as we go down the stretch of the season. I think it's in our best interest to kind of just stay there. Every game, come in with a swagger about us that if we show up on the defensive end, we'll have enough offense to get over the hump no matter what the game is looking like. And, obviously Jimmy provides a great presence, a high level of IQ, and connects the game. So if we keep doing that game after game after game, we should be in good shape down the stretch, and then we take it from there.
Steph, great game tonight. 50-plus ball, and this is a game in February in Orlando. You come out with a focus, and at the end, you keep the game ball. What is the significance of that game ball for you tonight?
I knew about the 50-point thing, which is a cool honor, just longevity. With every gray hair that pops up on top of your head, you get to appreciate moments and milestones like this. So very, very special. Just scoring the basketball, and I love to do it. I love to to have nights like these, and I just want to, soak it all in.
From one longtime star to another.
Bucks go the other way. Torian Prince feeds it ahead to Kuzma, to Giannis. Giannis, look out below. He plants it right in the heart of the cylinder with a big one-hand rim rocker. That is your exclamation.
That is WTMJ. Giannis Antetokounmpo, 28 points, pulled down a season high, 19 rebounds, along with 7 assists. Bucks beat the Nuggets 121-112 on a night. Nikola Jokic hit 13 of his 16 shots, at 32 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. He now has 27 triple-doubles in 53 games played. But Giannis won this game from Milwaukee, had this postgame on TNT.
Giannis, 28 and 19 from you. Huge moments down the stretch. What mode did you have to go in mentally to close this one out?
Yeah, I don't think it's a special mode. I'm just out here trying to make the right play and try to compete. I don't look at the score. It doesn't really matter. I just try to compete every play and make the right play, make good decisions down the stretch. I feel like we had so much patience. We moved the ball. We fight the open man. We made some shots, and defensively we just made it tough for them.
Your team has talked a lot about the importance of getting out in transition. How important was pace and intensity in this one?
Very important. I think our pace starts from our defense. We got to show help. We got to crowd the paint because they want to score in the paint. We did a very good job boxing out the rebounding. And when we rebound the ball, we knew we had a good chance of going the other way and trying to score because they don't get back as well. And we were able to throw the ball ahead, got some open threes. We were able to also get in the paint for some kick-out threes. And that's what we did. We played good basketball. We just got to keep on building habits because now it's go time.
And speaking of that, this game felt big. MVPs, contenders. How important is this win in terms of setting the tone for the second half of the season?
I really don't care. All I care about is the game. I care about building good habits. I care about whenever we're on the floor, we try to be sharp. We follow the game plan as well as we can. And we're out here competing. I feel like if you try, you're going to succeed. So as long as we try, as long as we locked in, good things will happen.
More NBA later in the show, including a big night for LeBron and the Lakers against Ant-Man and the Wolves. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. I'm Jim Basquell. Two-way star Travis Hunter says he won't work out at the NFL Combine this week. The Heisman Trophy winner also wants to play both cornerback and wide receiver at the NFL level after he did the same at Colorado. Had this with our Laura Rutledge.
Travis, you've already spent time talking to teams that are interested in you here. What's the feedback that you've gotten so far at the Combine?
I did very, very good in my meeting, so I'm excited to know that.
What do you find these teams are saying to you about the possibility of playing on both sides of the ball?
A couple of teams, they took me in as receiver, and a couple of teams took me in as DB, so I think it's still up in the air.
What was the feedback you got from teams looking at you as a receiver?
It's a lot of things I need to work on both sides of the ball. So,
what do you think you need to work on most?
You always work on technique. So I definitely need to work on technique, and it's a couple more small things.
And then, what do you think about the potential of being an NFL player who plays both wide receiver and DB? How important is that for you?
That's super important to me. I've been doing it my whole life, so I would like for them to give me the opportunity to do it again.
There's a lot of conversation about you, potentially the number 1 overall pick. How do you manage all of that as you go through this process?
I kind of don't look at that stuff. I just look at fishing all day. So
what do you see on fishing?
I just see people catching fish. I can't wait to get back home and catch me some fish too.
I love it. We can't wait for that too. Thanks so much, Travis.
No problem. Thank you.
Travis Hunter, by the way, he wants to play both sides. Will he get that shot in the pros? Wide out cornerback. PTI opines on if he could succeed at both.
All right, Wilbon, are you confident Travis Hunter can excel at both wide receiver and cornerback in the NFL?
Tony, confident? No, it's asking so much. If he does it, my God, praise will be coming, and deservedly so. Look, there's a couple people that didn't actually know about this, and I was just thinking, that game show, if you get to phone a friend and ask him about this question. There's Dion, who I could call Dion. Yeah. Could also call Roy Green, who actually he was all pro, all right, at receiver. He was drafted into the league and played corner first, and he had like 4 interceptions and 8 starts one year. Roy Green could play that position and would have stayed double digits in the league just at corner. Got switched over to wideout, all pro. And he did both, and yet you could say, yes, I'm confident that I know someone who's done this. But since then, Roy did this 40 years ago. Nobody's done it.
I'm not confident you can excel at both.
Right.
Pro football is a lot better, a lot more skilled, a lot harder than college football. In college football, maybe your natural talent takes over and you can play multiple positions. Pro football, where's the practice time going to go from?
There isn't.
You cannot just walk out there in the pros without any practice time. A couple of years ago, if you remember, you said that Shohei Ohtani was going to have to choose between pitching and hitting. You made that point. You were wrong about that. We were all wrong about that. I'm going to go back to that position here, though, for the first 2 or 3 seasons. I'm going to say he's going to have to play one and not both.
Where's his value? Where's
he have to value? I would start him on defense.
At corner.
Oh, I would start him on defense.
The plays he made for Colorado at corner.
Yes.
Game-changing, offense-wrecking plays says that.
I would start him there, and then if he excelled and he came to me and said, I want to give me a chance, right. I give him a chance on the other side.
By the way, since I said that, Shohei hasn't really pitched because he's been hurt. And part of the reason I said you can't do both is that physically is too taxing.
Are you going to take the position again?
I took it once.
You're going to take it again is what I'm asking.
I took it once until we see something else.
Again.
Babe Ruth.
He's going to take it again. Oh, that's so crazy.
That's it. We're done. Back to you.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, right? Susceptible to injury if you're playing on both sides of the ball, more susceptible to injury if you're playing cornerback and wideout in the pros. So who will Matthew Stafford quarterback next season? Will the Rams move on because of his price tag? Will the Raiders or Giants be a landing spot through a trade? Louis Riddick wondering why the Rams are even considering severing that relationship.
This is flat out mind-blowing to me for a number of different reasons. Look, if you just look at it from Matthew's time when he was in Detroit to what he's accomplished since he's been in Los Angeles, that's enough right there. You can just stop right there as far as I'm saying. You don't mess with guys like this. You figure stuff out. It's not if we're going to, it's when we do, we'll make sure, especially considering where LA is in their program build. And you saw how that looked in the playoffs this past year. They're right there. You don't have him there. You don't know what kind of trickle-down effect that's going to have on the team overall. Forget just the offense, but the team overall. But see, here's the thing that I remember sitting and talking to Sean McVay about Matthew after he traded him, and then after he had him for a year, how effusive he was in the praise for this guy and some of the colorful words. You know how Sean can talk when he starts going about football. The praise he had for this guy, like I can't imagine that he's sitting there going right now, hey, let's just say who's going to blink first. Let's just play a game of chicken with a guy who's going to walk right into the Hall of Fame when he's done. I can't imagine that that's the case here. Look, this is one where you better get this done.
And Mike Tannenbaum and Field Yates on potential landing spots in Vegas and New York.
Now, I'm not sitting here and saying that the Las Vegas Raiders play in a less competitive division than the New York Giants, but I do think there's some appeal and some allure to the Raiders that the Giants simply do not offer. Let's think about the career of Matthew Stafford. He's played in 2 spots. He's played in Detroit. He's played in Los Angeles. 2 indoor teams or dome teams. Obviously, SoFi has a retractable roof. Warm weather. Not going to be an issue if you play in Las Vegas, where they, too, of course, have an indoor stadium with a retractable roof. You go to the New York Giants or go to the division that has the team that just won the Super Bowl, the other team in the Washington Commanders that has the most promising young quarterback in the entire NFL. You might be playing in weather like terrible, cold, wet, windy, you name it, in New York. Plus, in Las Vegas, you just hired Pete Carroll, the 73-year-old head coach, who will be the oldest coach in NFL history when Week 1 begins. They are not looking to do things slowly in Las Vegas. They are trying to win sooner rather than later. And Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time, and now a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't care how far off this team is. Make no mistake about it. There is appeal to any quarterback when the GOAT calls you up, if he does call him up and say, we'd like to have you be a part of what we're building.
If I'm Joe Shane and I get Leslie, the GM of the Rams, on the phone, I am not getting off the phone until Matt Stafford is a Giant. He would absolutely transform the narrative from Daniel Jones this, Saquon Barkley that. You go back to last year, they were moribund, they were awful. And all I'd say is if I'm the Giants, by getting Matthew Stafford, I am changing the narrative of this franchise immediately. I'm not saying we're going to the Super Bowl, but he would be a stabilizing force, something they desperately need.
Now, look, if you're a Giants backer, do you have any confidence at all that Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, the buffoonery of those two, will make the right moves for this organization? From the here and now to the future, these two are fighting for their lives to stay employed. So you know they'll certainly consider mortgaging the future. But Damian Woody says, Why would Stafford want to go there?
The New York Football Giants are a disaster. We've seen what happened this past year, obviously, with Saquon Barkley, them moving off of Saquon Barkley, he going on to win the Super Bowl, the disaster that was Daniel Jones. They can't protect the quarterback. And, oh, by the way, the front office and coach are barely hanging on as it is. So if you go out there, you're Matt Stafford playing outdoors in the NFC East with all that type of inclement weather. What happens if things doesn't roll your way? That whole regime could be out. Then you could be in a situation where you got a whole new regime coming in. I don't want any part of that instability if I'm Matthew Stafford.
That's it. That's it right there. On Sportsmanlike this morning, talking NFL, Mike Tannenbaum on at 7:30 Eastern, Joe Ford and Bob follows at 9:45. Coming up, more NBA as the Suns season continues to set, and women's college hoops offered a top 5 upset. That's next. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
It's a college basketball doubleheader. Saturday on ESPN Radio. First in Charlottesville, Virginia faces Clemson. Then in Lawrence, Kansas, the Jayhawks face the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Clemson at Virginia. Coverage begins at 11:30 Eastern, followed by Texas Tech and Kansas. Saturday on ESPN Radio. Presented by Robinhood. More Sports Center all night. Coming up next.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
Amber Indian.
What happens if the robot that's calling balls and strikes all of a sudden starts calling strikes that are like 8 feet outside because all of a sudden it had a circuit break? How are you feeling about that?
My car can drive itself.
I want the human element in my sports. And I want George Brett storming out of the dugout.
Why do you want to be judged by humans?
Amber Indian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on SiriusXM Channel 80.
March college basketball is here, starting with an SEC thriller on ABC. Janai Broome and top-ranked Auburn take on a hungry pack of Kentucky Wildcats.
Just relentless.
This time of year, the stakes are raised. An ESPN Sonic blockbuster. Number 1 Auburn versus number 17 Kentucky. Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern on ABC.
Hi, it's Evan Cohen coming up Friday. I'll tell you why. If the Giants or Raiders land Matthew Stafford, they should still draft a quarterback this year. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's a college basketball doubleheader. Tomorrow on ESPN Radio. First in Charlottesville, Virginia faces Clemson, who continues to fight for the top of the ACC.
Step back, left wing three, high archer, good!
Then in Lawrence, Kansas, the Jayhawks face the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
For 3, got it! 2.5 seconds to go!
Clemson at Virginia. Coverage begins at 11:30 Eastern, followed by Texas Tech and Kansas. Tomorrow on ESPN Radio. Presented by Robinhood.
Fridays, I help you get ready for the weekend. The biggest stories of the week, as only First Take can present them. We start at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app.
This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, we're back on Sports Center all night. News from the NBA. Greg Popovich will not coach this season. He's not ruling out a comeback in the future as he met with the Spurs on Thursday, hoping to perhaps return next season. The NBA's all-time coaching wins leader had a stroke on November 2nd and has been away from the team ever since.
Here is LeBron. Top of the key. LeBron with Jalen Clark on him. Turns, shoots, 10-footer good. 31 for LeBron, and that might do it.
He finished with 33, 710 ESPN LA. James and Luka combined for 54 points in a 111-102 win over the Wolves on a night. Anthony Edwards was ejected, faces an automatic one-game suspension after picking up 2 tees in that loss to LA.
Simpson drives on Thompson, shoots the runner in the lane. Oh, Thompson got a piece of that, and it came down to Irving.
Defense, last 2 possessions. Marshall to Kyrie on the run, in the lane, dotted line, floor good. Oh, and that is great on both ends. 2 key plays defensively to get the ball. And Kyrie Irving making smart plays on both times. Clay hits it, and that time Kyrie with a floater. Your 2 best players on the court contributing here in the clutch.
That's 97-1 the Eagle. Kyrie Irving, 18 of his 25 in the second half. Mavericks fend off the Hornets 103-96. Moses Brown on a 10-day contract had 20 points, 11 rebounds in 31 minutes in his first start for Dallas. Regarding those Mavs, Frank Isola wondering why all the continued conversation regarding Luka Doncic.
My thing is, if they love the trade so much, just let the result prove that they were right. Instead, it's, every day we're hearing something else about how the guy's out of shape. He's smoking hookah. He's drinking too much. He's lazy. All right, that's fine. The results have been pretty good with the guy. He's been to 2 conference finals, and he's been to an NBA finals. He's been a all NBA first team pick 5 times. The guy's a sensational player, and he's 25 years old. Does he have some flaws? Does he need to get in better shape? Absolutely. But finding those guys is hard. Clint, there's a reason why all these teams are tanking, because they hope to get Cooper Flagg, and they hope that if they get Cooper Flagg, one day he could become as good as Luka Doncic. So I don't understand what Dallas is doing.
Durant for 3. No. Z with the rebound. That's it. There's the triple-double. First career, 90 seconds to go. And on a minutes restriction. Yep. Z maintains the dribble. Sizing up Richards again. That's what he wants. Right shoulder down, lefty layup. That's what he wants. He sees Nick Richards, and it's like, let me eat.
That's ESPN New Orleans. Zion Williamson, first career triple-double, 27 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists. Pelicans beat the Suns in Phoenix, 124-116. That's their 3rd straight win. New Orleans improved to just 5-24 on the road. The fading Suns, what a disappointment they've been. They've lost 7 of 8. Devin Booker, 36 in defeat. More hoops on the college side with ladies first.
60 seconds for Notre Dame. 9 on the clock for Latson. Latson picks up her dribble, needs to get it off, gets to Timpson with 4. Timpson going to work on Westbell. Timpson rolls it in. KK, what do you say?
Big shot again. 3 games in a row from KK Timpson, delivering when the Noles need it.
As heard on Learfield, Mikayla Timpson scored 22, 24th ranked Florida State hands 3rd ranked Notre Dame. Its 2nd straight loss, 86-81. It was their 2nd win over ND and 1st in South Bend. Timpson on game night.
I would say we know what we had to focus on, coming into the game. Like, it was crucial that we played well, like in transition, because they're a good transition team, and defend the 3-point line as best as we could. And I felt like that's what we did. That was the defensive keys, and on offense we adjusted to, they were in end zone, and we was a little slow and timid at first, but once we started to hit shots and our shots started to fall, then we was going ever since then.
Here's Beckers with 8 to shoot. Gives it to Strong, one-on-one with Moran, goes right off the window and in.
We talk again about that soft touch to kiss off the glass. She just knows how to manipulate the ball.
Where's Raftery when you need him?
The kiss. There you go.
Off the glass.
That's Bob Joyce from Learfield. Sarah Strong, 22, 9 boards. Paige Beckers, 15.7, a rebound, 7 assists. 5th ranked UConn defeats number 22 Creighton, 72-53, claims its 5th straight Big East regular season title. It was Strong post-game.
Sarah Strong with 22 points and 9 boards. You guys are Big East regular season champions in your first year here in UConn. How special is this for you?
It's very
pretty special. I've always wanted to, win my first college championship thingy, but hopefully we can win some more in the next few years.
I mean, any given night, it seems like someone different may have the hot hand. What can you say about the unselfishness of this team and the confidence that you all instill in one another?
We just like to share the ball. We like to get everyone involved. Whoever's hot, we keep getting it to them and just keep playing team ball.
Your defense as well was lights out tonight. What kind of confidence does a defensive performance like this and really throughout the season give you as you guys eye March?
It gives me a lot of confidence. Definitely, defense creates offense. That just helps everyone just get involved and keep the energy high.
On the men's side, another buzzer beater for a Michigan team.
Looking in, fires Wolf on the right wing, splits two, over to Burnett, left wing, a three for the win. 3 days after his worst game of the year, Damari Burnett walks off with a Michigan winner on a 25-foot splash here at the pool party at Chrysler.
Man, just like they drew it up.
Brian Bosch, Learfield, Michigan, 84-82 over Rutgers. Damari Burnett with that buzzer beater for the nation's 15th ranked team. Coming up, will Travis Kelce play next season? We have an answer and more NFL storylines on the way. That's next. You're listening to Sports Center All Night on ESPN Radio.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. And coming up on Friday, we'll get you ready for the weekend and react to a big game between the Lakers and the Timberwolves in the NBA's Western Conference. That's Friday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
If I'm choosing between the Warriors and the Lakers, who I think can make a deeper playoff run, I'm going with the Los Angeles Lakers. And here's why. You have 3 playmakers on the court in Austin Reeves, LeBron James, and Luka. Also, you have 2 superstars on the court in Luka and LeBron. So that's why I'm going with the Lakers.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
ESPN presents the NHL Stadium Series, a hockey rink in the shoe. Iconic Ohio Stadium, packed for an NHL spectacle. Dylan Larkin and the Detroit Red Wings.
Dylan Larkin banged it home.
Take on Zach Werenski and the Columbus Blue Jackets.
NHL hockey outdoors.
In the best hockey game in the land, the 2025 Navy Federal Credit Union NHL Stadium Series. Red Wings, Blue Jackets, tomorrow at 6 Eastern on ESPN and ESPN+.
Hi, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Friday, I'll tell you why, if the Giants or Raiders land Matthew Stafford, they should still draft a quarterback this year. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Fridays, I help you get ready for the weekend. The biggest stories of the week, as only First Take can present them. We start at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app.
PGA Tour Live on ESPN+.
Stream 34 tournaments with 4 unique feeds and more hours than anywhere else. Yes! From the first drive to the FedEx Cup playoffs, it's the best way to watch.
It's a full season, and it's all here on ESPN+.
Sign up at plus.espn.com/golf.
I just can't get enough.
This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
And ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 6 minutes. Visit progressivecommercial.com.
Half-hour headlines on Sports Center all night.
Again, our top story, Steph puts on a magic show in Orlando. Giannis leads the Bucks past the Joker and the Nuggets. Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter won't work out at the Combine. Also wants to play both ways as a pro. Is Matthew Stafford on the trade block, and could the Raiders or Giants land him? And third-ranked Notre Dame loses a second straight, this time taken down by FSU.
Curry, pump fake, flyby, 3-ball, got it with the buzzer sounding! This 12-3 of the night.
The channel February 27th energy, all the time. I don't know what it is. Tonight was different just because we needed all of them to kind of stay afloat and give ourselves a chance. It's nice to have a flurry like that and have fun with it.
For as long as he's been playing, to achieve that level of greatness in a close game with that level of joy, it's inspiring.
Yeah, Steph, by the way, 56 points. That's a season high. 12 made threes in the Warriors' 121-115 win over the Magic. 12 of 19 from beyond the arc. 26 career game with 10-plus trays. He had 22 points alone in the third quarter. Better than the Magic as a team who had 21. Steph had 54 on the same date against the Knicks. Now this.
Just confidence. I guess I do like this calendar day. Raymond, that night, I think New York, you said, it's 2013. 54 or 50, my first 50-point game in the Garden. So I have to channel February 27th energy, all the time. I don't know what it is, but tonight was different just because we needed all of them to kind of stay afloat and give ourselves a chance. And then, a lot of guys contributed down the stretch to help us win, but it's nice to have a flurry like that and have fun with it.
This is as close as they've been in a while, Michael. They're within 13. Lakers' biggest lead in this game was 23. Here's Luka dribbling, got it to Vando. Alley-oop to LeBron, slam dunk. And he may have been fouled, too. They didn't call it, but I thought he got hit on the arm. Here is LeBron on the left block, one-on-one against Naz Reid. Sizes Reid up, drives on him, kicks it outside to Luka. Luka has to throw up a prayer. It goes! He threw in a three to beat the shot clock, and it went in. He's been unable to hit a three all night. And then just to beat the shot clock, he threw up a contested three. And look at J.J. Redick. He's just laughing.
That's 710 ESPN LA on a night. Ant-Man was ejected thanks to a pair of tees. LeBron and Luka combined for 54 points, 30 rebounds, 11 assists. Lakers 111-102 over the Wolves. Doncic post-game on Spectrum Sportsnet.
All right, Luka, shots weren't falling for a lot of the night, but the defense has been there kind of carrying you. What did you see on that end to help you guys come through with the victory?
Yeah, I think we set the tone early. First quarter, I think they had like 16 points, something like that, so we set the tone early.
Your shot wasn't falling from the perimeter, but you do hit the one where you're almost falling out of bounds. You kind of looked up as if saying, okay, finally one goes down.
Man, it's crazy. I can't make a normal shot and I make that shot. Just at this point, who I am, but got to work on that. Easy shots, got to knock them down. I'm playing horrible, so I got to get back to it.
You guys are winning games, though. What have you noticed about your teammates, and how are you getting the job done as a group?
Like I said, the first time we set the tone on defense, and then we play with pace. The ball is moving, so that's how we win games.
What did you see from LeBron James tonight?
It's amazing. There's nothing else to say. Amazing.
Yeah, LBJ and Luka are working just fine. You're listening to SportsCenter all night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. From the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce plans to play next season rather than retire. The 35-year-old tight end has been mulling whether to return for a 13th season, but the four-time All-Pro made his feelings clear in a text to Pat McAfee.
I decided to reach out to sources who know and say, like, hey, are we playing next year? And message was, my dog
Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Source says I'm coming back for sure. Going to try and get to the best shape I've been this offseason and get back to the mountaintop. Got a real bad taste in my mouth with how I played in that last game and how I got the guys ready for battle. I can't go out like that. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. And guess what? One more exclamation.
Wow.
Huge.
And at least one more season, right? Harry Douglas, Joe Fortenbaugh, Ian Fitzsimmons on Kelsey giving it a go at least for one more campaign.
So if Travis Kelsey wants to go out there and run it back, it's his life. So be it. I'm not going to tell him no. I mean, who am I to say it? I mean, why not? You know, he loves the game. If he wants to run it back and go for another ring, man, so be it. I applaud him for doing it. So at 35, give him a hell, Travis. Go get him, man, because you have a very limited window, and this might be the last run with his boys. And to go out there one more time with your boys, that means a ton to these guys. So I compliment them. Give them a hell, man. Go get them.
So here you go. You're at the end of the line. Do you want to give it one more go, or do you want to ride off into retirement? Either decision could be a great decision. Retirement, the money, the fun, the new opportunities, the travel, the lack of wear and tear on the body. Incredible thing. Or come back one more year to play with Patrick Mahomes and take another run at it. And I think that's awesome because the NFL's better with Travis Kelsey, right? The NFL's better with everything Travis Kelsey brings to the table. You don't have to like the Chiefs. I don't like the Chiefs. I'm an Eagle fan. I love the fact that they kicked the crap out of Kelsey and the Chiefs just a few weeks ago. But the NFL is better with the Chiefs as a villain. And in order to be a villain, you need Mahomes, you need Reed, and you need Kelsey.
Yeah, it's that competitive nature that I talk about all the time, man, in these players. And it's hard to just say, hey, I'm going to hang it up, I'm gonna let it go. Yeah. When you know your last game wasn't to the best of your capabilities and you lose in the Super Bowl 40-22 to the Philadelphia Eagles. Mm-hmm. That's not the way Travis Kelsey wants to call it a quits. It's just not. And I tell people all the time, when it comes to the guy like, and I'm going to use Aaron Rodgers, you want to know Aaron Rodgers, why he probably wants to play again? Mm-hmm. He doesn't like the way things ended for the New York Jets. It's that competitive nature that burns inside of all these athletes that they can't control.
He's not the only key player KC is keeping as they plan on tagging guard Trey Smith. Here's Adam Schefter.
Well, the Chiefs are using their franchise tag on Pro Bowl guard Trey Smith. And a lot of people wondered whether this would be possible. Some people doubted that they would use a franchise tag on a guard, considering that the offensive line franchise tag is about $24 million, which automatically makes Trey Smith the highest paid guard in the National Football League, in NFL history. And a lot of people wondering whether they would trade Trey Smith. That's not the plan. The plan is to get a long-term deal done with Trey Smith. And the fact of the matter is, I'm sure there are teams across the NFL, namely in Chicago, that are a little bit disappointed that Trey Smith has the franchise tag, but Kansas City knows a good player when it sees one, and free agency is about not letting your best players get out the door, thus the franchise tag on Trey Smith.
Again, as we mentioned earlier, Matthew Stafford and the Rams at a crossroads right now regarding his future in LA. The team might consider trading him with two teams lined up to do a deal, being the Raiders and the New York Giants. Mike Tannenbaum wondering what's going on in L.A.
Why in the world would I want to leave the Rams and go to the Raiders? Look, I think Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly ultimately will be a stabilizing force, but when you have an offensive line that's played really well and a play caller in Sean McVay with their weapons, even without Cooper Kupp, and I know you have Brock Bowers, a couple other pieces in Vegas. Why would you do that? Like, it's working in LA. Get the raise you deserve. But if you go to the Raiders, there's a lot more question marks. And you're 37. Your window is incredibly small. Again, you were 20 yards away from being the Eagles. They made a mistake in protection. Jalen Carr was cut free. And if I'm Matthew Stafford, I'm running it back, and I'm not taking any other calls.
So I mentioned Vegas and New York being the Raiders and Giants, two teams that have had dialogue with the Rams regarding a potential trade for Stafford. Field Yates saying, even if one of those teams lands him, don't be surprised if they go quarterback relatively high in the draft.
Because the Giants and the Raiders don't probably think they're going to be picking again in the top 6 anytime soon, it wouldn't stun me if one of them acquired Matthew Stafford and then also thought about double dipping with a young quarterback. We've seen this in the past, right? Whether it was the Bears, the year they drafted Mitch Trubisky. Like, there have been other examples of teams that have been willing to go down that path. I personally might consider it better business that if you land Matthew Stafford to just use that top 6 pick on a non-quarterback. But I don't know that it's a guarantee that Matthew Stafford's landing spot automatically ties to how high or how low Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward will go in the draft.
Yeah, don't be so sure about the Giants not being in the top 6 again next year. With regards to this year's quarterback class versus teams turning to veterans via trade or perhaps free agency, Mel Kiper Jr., who knows the QB class all too well, on the options of Stafford and, say, Sam Darnold.
Definitely, guys. Definitely. The quarterbacks like Darnold and Stafford impact what those decisions will be. At pick number 1, 2, possibly 3, definitely. And certainly at 6 with the Raiders. So those teams have other options. If they don't get those options, then they have to maybe go to the draft. And then the question is, do you love one of those quarterbacks? You can't just take a quarterback at 1, 2, 6, 7 if you don't love them. You can't do that. That's not the way to operate picking quarterbacks in the NFL.
And Chris Candy, on the subject of Sam Darnold as an option for various teams league-wide.
If Sam Darnold ends up with the LA Rams, or if he ends up with Pete Carroll, Tom Brady in the Las Vegas Raiders, how can I call that a mistake? I can't. Like, I still think that those teams with the individuals that are running those organizations are going to be viable playoff contenders.
Let's stay with that QB theme. Brock Purdy and the 49ers need to hammer out a long-term contract. Now, where will the money land with the 49ers signal caller, Q Myers and Joe Fortenbaugh?
I'm not in a rush to reset the market for Brock Purdy. I like Brock Purdy. I don't love Brock Purdy. And I'd sit there and say, man, you have done so much for us at such a cheap price point. Yeah, let's talk. Let's figure this out. I tell the agent right from the start, if you're thinking about resetting the market, that's not happening. If you're thinking about getting a $55 million like Burrow, Love, Trevor Lawrence, that's probably not happening. And when it's, oh, well, he's done so much more than Trevor Lawrence. He's got more than Trevor Lawrence. All right. He's got a lot more than Trevor Lawrence. He has an elite head coach in Kyle Shanahan when it comes to play design, play calling, play execution. On top of that, he has had a bevy of weapons at his disposal. There are very few players in the NFL who are surrounded by more talent than Brock Purdy. And this year, when that talent kind of stepped back a little bit, it wasn't there, it was hurt, it wasn't as good, his numbers fell off.
If I'm Brock Purdy in his camp, hey, look, I've done way more than Trevor Lawrence has done, and I know that I've got more to my disposal. Not my fault. I was also the last cat in the draft. I'm not even expected to be here, and I've saved your job. I've saved your job, Kyle Shanahan, and I've sure saved your job, John Lynch, because I was a success when Trey Lance, who you gave up everything for, was not, and you gave him away to Dallas for a cup of coffee. So I'm not budgeting for anything less than Trevor Lawrence at $55 million.
Again, two-way star Travis Hunter says he won't work out at the combine. The Heisman winner does want to play both ways, quarterback and wideout in the pros, just like in college.
What do you find these teams are saying to you about the possibility of playing on both sides of the ball?
A couple teams, they took me in as receiver, and a couple teams took me in as DB, so I think it's still up in the air.
What was the feedback you got from teams looking at you as a receiver?
It's a lot of things I need to work on both sides of the ball, so.
What do you think you need to work on most?
You always work on technique. So I definitely need to work on technique, and it's a couple more small things.
And then what do you think about the potential of being an NFL player who plays both wide receiver and DB? How important is that for you?
That's super important to me. You know, I've been doing it my whole life, so I would like for them to let me give me the opportunity to do it again.
Hunter with Laura Rutledge. Meantime, Chad Brown joined Freddie and Harry. Doesn't feel this would be a good idea, playing both ways as a pro.
I think he certainly can play on both sides of the ball. I was a Pittsburgh Steeler with Rod Woodson. Rod Woodson moonlighted occasionally on offense and did special teams. When I played in the Super Bowl as a Steeler against the Cowboys, the biggest play of the game offensively for the Dallas Cowboys was Troy Aikman to Deion Sanders in the first quarter. So I have seen it on the field, played against it, and played with it when guys have that special of a skill set. Travis Hunter is that guy. To be able to do it full time like he did in college, that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. The NFL is different. There's some grown men out there doing grown men things. So he's not going to be able to do that. But to moonlight on offense, if he's primarily a DB, I can see that.
We mentioned this year's quarterback class. ESPN draft analyst Jordan Reed on one that is second to none.
I could talk about Cam Ward all day long. I'll just start with the underdog mentality that he has. We're talking about somebody that was very under-recruited. He was in a wing T offense. Coming out of high school in Texas, he was barely throwing the ball, maybe 9 or 10 times a game. Then he went on to play his first year at Incarnate Word. He absolutely lit it up in the FCS ranks, and then transitioned to Washington State, and then had a similar effect at Miami. But he just has that dog mentality. But whenever you look at his film at Miami, I just see an electric playmaker. He has that shortstop-like throwing motion, and then also I just love his ability to throw the ball down the field as well. So he does have some things to clean up as far as some of the selective aggression that he does have. He's one of those players that sometimes you're going to pull your hair out with some of the mistakes that he does make, but that's just the life of a playmaker.
So he has him as his top-rated quarterback at 1 overall. The Titans have the first pick, Mel Kiper Jr. Don't expect them, though, to tab a signal caller.
For Tennessee, yeah, if they loved Cam Ward or Shador, and you want a guy to come in with Will, because Will showed flashes of brilliance at times. He also had issues in some of those games, so you can't count on him, just like Indianapolis can't count on Anthony Richardson to take that next step up. So for me, you bring somebody else in. Does that have to be a rookie? No, it could be one of the guys that are out there.
More NFL talk on Sportsmanlike this morning with Evan Cohen and Kevin Clark in the seat. ESPN Radio, ESPN2, ESPNU. Mike Tannenbaum joins the show at 7:30 Eastern. Joe Fortenbaugh jumps in at 9:45. Coming up, more women's hoops on a night on ice, includes OT winners, and the night stop plays are ready to be heard. That's next. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd.
Again, the NBA has done an incredible job of celebrating not just the person, but when you talk about Black History Month, being able to understand what's important for the NBA. You look at the NBA demographics, African American is a big population in sports, and basketball being that. And so I think it does a great cause of being able to celebrate Black History Month to understand where we all come from.
Honoring Black History Month on ESPN Radio. Amber and Ian.
Longtime NFL general manager Tom Telesco joining us here every Tuesday on ESPN Radio here on Amber and Ian. Talk about Travis Hunter and where he fits at the next level.
You play him wherever he wants. Early in the fall, I kind of felt like, he's definitely a corner, and maybe you have a little package on offense for him as a receiver. The more I watched, I just got more and more intrigued with him as a full-time receiver.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on SiriusXM Channel 80. The Hoop Collective Podcast.
I think it's very possible Shea wins. It won't surprise me at all if, when I do this in a couple months, if he's in first place. I think this thing is wide open, and I think that if the Nuggets keep playing the way they've been playing, and Jokic keeps putting up huge numbers, and they're clearly the second best team in the West after the awful start they had, and I think this thing is going to come right down to it at the end.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. This is Joe and Q.
People get innovative and they find a way to improve their chances of success. They do it within the legal guidelines. And then when they go out there and no one can stop it, all of a sudden we have to stand up and say, this is unfair. Bull crap. Man, I hated this with banning the shift in baseball as well. Now everybody hates a tush push, yet only one team can do it.
Joe and Q, weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. NBA Saturday Primetime on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown in Philadelphia.
Maxey, deep three straight away. Smoked it. Holy cow.
Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, and the 76ers go head-to-head with Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and the Golden State Warriors.
Curry with one, gets a shot up and hits it at the buzzer.
The Warriors at the 76ers on NBA Saturday Primetime. Coverage begins at 8 Eastern with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
It's the 2025 SEC Women's Basketball Tournament on SEC Network.
It's all about the postseason now.
Let them know we on the way, counting zeros every day.
The cream has risen to the top.
You know that we never play.
We are ready to crown a champion in Greenville.
Hey. All 16 SEC teams face off for a chance to take home the trophy. The SEC Women's Basketball Tournament begins Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern on SEC Network. Let them know we on the way.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Which ESPN personality should grow a beard? Jeff, welcome to the show. Who's your nominee?
Freddie Coleman.
Freddie Coleman with a beard. man. I actually see it. It fits. The fedoras and the Kangos that Freddie C be rocking.
I could see Freddie Coleman rocking like the Jalen Hurts type facial hair. How it's not unruly.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is Sports Center All Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, we're back on Sports Center All Night and back with more hoops.
Lobs it down low to Edwards. Gets one man in the air, lays it up and in. The up fake got one defender in the air. A great entry pass, and the Gamecocks lead 69-53. 3:49 to play in the game. Driving layup won't go down for the Rebels. Rebound Raven, and the Gamecocks have it. Slow it down, young lady. Raven gets it ahead to Joy. Says the heck with that. She'll lay it up and in, and the Gamecocks starting to pull away at 71-53.
As heard on Learfield, Chloe Kitts had 16 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists. That triple-double leading number 6 South Carolina past Ole Miss, 75-59. They are tied with top-ranked Texas atop the league standings.
Gilbert, Shepard in the ball game along with Richard. Bounce pass comes in the right corner. Morrow turns around. 1 second left. Top of the key. Three-pointer on the way. No good. And this ball game is over. A top 10 takedown in Tuscaloosa as the Alabama Crimson Tide to beat the LSU Tigers in overtime, 88-85.
That's Crimson Tide Sports Network. Aaliyah Nye scored 28 as Alabama held off 7th-ranked LSU, 88-85. That final. More college hoops.
Mayer, center of the floor. Bounces one for Fournier at the foul line. Toby back to the bucket, guarded loosely by Gatang. Hand off to Jackson, right wing. Thought about a three, now drives, finds Reagan. Right corner for three. Buried it. 23 for Richardson on senior night.
That is just a dagger.
That's Chris Edwards, Learfield, Reagan Richardson, 23. Number 16, Duke beat 8th-ranked and rival North Carolina, 68-53. There's more rivalry play.
Right side to Amor, 7 to shoot. Amor skips down towards the right baseline. Here's Strack. Free throw line jumper's good. Strack with 23. 3:11 remaining here in Lexington. This has been an old-fashioned butt-whooping tonight. 82-51 Wildcats. They've led by as many as 35.
That's JMI Sports. Clara Strack made all 11 of her shots, scoring 23, grabbing 15 rebounds as 15th-ranked Kentucky routs number 11 Tennessee, 82-58. Wildcats' largest margin of victory ever against the Lady Vols. The night's top sounds include Curry cooking and a buzzer beater from men's college hoops. John Ryder has the details.
Sports Center All Night.
Oh, my goodness. Check it out on Sports Center tonight.
Today's top sound.
How good is that? Are you ready to take?
Number 4.
Thanks, Jim. We start with women's college basketball. Ranked teams going at it in the ACC with number 24 Florida State visiting number 3 Notre Dame. Final call on Learfield.
Bonner with it. Bonner across midcourt. And the Noles will do it. No luck needed in South Bend. Florida State takes down the 3rd-ranked Irish, 86-81. The largest, the biggest win for this team this season. Biggest win of the year. One of the biggest wins in this program's history.
Number 3.
NBA now, Giannis and Jokic going at it in Milwaukee. The call on WTMJ.
Bucks go the other way. Torian Prince feeds it ahead to Kuzma. To Giannis. Giannis, look out below. He puts it right in the heart of the cylinder with a big one-hand rim rocker. That is your exclamation.
Number 2.
Steph Curry went off in Orlando. Golden State gets its 5th straight. Curry finishes with 56. The call on 95-7 the game.
Curry, guarded by Carter Jr., gets another screen. Bounce past the post. Over to Pajemski. Post had a layup and gave it up. Pajemski out to Curry. Pump fake. Flyby. 3-ball. Got it with the buzzer sounding. The shot clock was winding down. It's his 12-3 of the night. He's got a 52-point game. More importantly, the Warriors lead by 5.
Number 1.
Men's college basketball, number 15, Michigan survives Rutgers on a buzzer beater. The final call on Learfield.
Looking in. Fires Wolf on the right wing. Splits 2. Over to Burnett. Left wing, a 3 for the win.
Days after his worst game of the year, Damari Burnett walks off with a Michigan winner on a 25-foot splash here at the pool party at Chrysler.
Man, just like they threw it up.
Those tears of joy I hear. How about the night on ice offering two of the league's best?
Panthers in Verhaeghe, a shot, takes a bounce, picks it up, and he scores. Carter Verhaeghe gives the Panthers a 4-2 lead. What an individual effort for Carter Verhaeghe, and the Panthers are up a pair.
That's your game winner, 560 WQAM. Carter Verhaeghe. Panthers top the Oilers 4-3 despite Leon Draisaitl's 44th. OT winner for the Habs.
Over the line, Caulfield waiting between the legs of the net. He scores! Goal! Caulfield! What a dangle! And then goes top shelf for the overtime winner.
That's TSN 690. Cole Caulfield, Montreal over San Jose 4-3. Another OT winner for the Pens.
Carlson with 2 goals tonight. Here come the Penguins, 2-on-1. Malkin near circle, slows down, shoots it, scores! And Gary Malkin, the overtime hero, and the Penguins take down the in-state rival. The Flyers are down.
That's the Penguins Hockey Network. Yevgeny Malkin wins it over the Flyers 5-4. Unsportsmanlike guest list starts with Mike Tannenbaum at 7:30 Eastern. Coming up, Steph puts on a magic show. That's next. This is ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Friday, we'll react to a huge night in the NBA as we continue to be on Matthew Stafford Watch. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Sports Center all night. More still to come.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
I'm Grant, and I'm your new bachelor.
ABC Mondays.
Is this real? Is he real?
The Bachelor is back, and the ladies are head over heels.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect.
It's an all-new season of romance.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love. My love story is going to happen.
And, of course, drama.
These other girls are dating my boyfriend. You act like you don't care. He knows how I feel.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
The Bachelor. Mondays, 8/7 Central on ABC. And stream on Hulu.
It's a college basketball doubleheader. Tomorrow on ESPN Radio. First in Charlottesville, Virginia faces Clemson, who continues to fight for the top of the ACC.
Step back, left wing 3, high arcer, good!
Then in Lawrence, Kansas, the Jayhawks face the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
2.5 seconds to go.
Clemson at Virginia. Coverage begins at 11:30 Eastern, followed by Texas Tech and Kansas. Tomorrow on ESPN Radio. Presented by Robinhood. The Dominic Foxworth Podcast.
What about Tyreek Hill to the Bills? Kind of like that one. Why not?
Because we just saw the Bills have a legit number one receiver for like 4 years since Stephon Diggs, and they couldn't beat the Chiefs. And the one thing that's beaten the Kansas City Chiefs is your rush 4 and drop 7 into coverage. That's what they need. That's why they went out and went all in for Von Miller, and it didn't work. So that's what they need to be. They need a second pass rusher.
Listen to the Dominic Foxworth Podcast everywhere you get your podcast.
March college basketball is here, starting with an SEC thriller on ABC. Janai Broome and top-ranked Auburn take on a hungry pack of Kentucky Wildcats.
Just relentless.
This time of year, the stakes are raised. An ESPN Sonic blockbuster. Number 1 Auburn versus number 17 Kentucky. Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern on ABC.
Hi, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Friday, I'll tell you why, if the Giants or Raiders land Matthew Stafford, they should still draft a quarterback this year. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Fridays,
I help you get ready for the weekend. The biggest stories of the week, as only First Take can present them. We start at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app.
This is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, AM 1420 and K224FR, Honolulu, 92.7 FM.
Coming up on Sports Center all night. Anthony Edwards and the Wolves roam west to clash with Luka and the Lakers.
Here's Luka dribbling, got it to Vando, alley-oop to LeBron, slam dunk. And he may have been fouled, too. They didn't call it, but I thought he got hit on the arm.
The Joker faces off against Giannis in Milwaukee.
Bucks go the other way. Torian Prince feeds it ahead to Kuzma. To Giannis. Giannis, look out below. He plants it right in the heart of the cylinder.
Thursday night college basketball features several ranked teams in action.
Toby, back to the bucket, guarded loosely by Gatang. Hand off to Jackson, right wing. Thought about a three, now drives, finds Reagan. Right corner for three, buried it.
What's next with the future of Matthew Stafford?
This is flat out mind-blowing to me for a number of different reasons. Look, if you just look at it from Matthew's time when he was in Detroit, for what he's accomplished since he's been in Los Angeles, that's enough right there. You just stop right there as far as I'm saying. You don't mess with guys like this. You figure stuff out.
Plus, all the best sounds from day one of the NFL Combine.
You know, I did some meetings at receiver, did some meetings at DB, so still up in the air. They say nobody has ever done it for real the way I do it, but I tell them I'm just different.
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, it's the Heisman winner. He wants to be a two-way player as a pro as well. And Ant-Man giving the heave-ho in L.A. Welcome to Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. We are brought to you by Progressive Insurance. The NFL Combine continues while league-wide rumors continue regarding Matthew Stafford. We'll get to that. But first up, some spicy curry in O-Town. Steph had one of those nights. This time, the Magic paid.
Curry now has it after the two free throws by Anthony. 6-point game. Back to Curry. Three ball good on the right sideline. Number 10 on the night. 108.99. Stephen Curry has 46 points. 10 of 15 beyond the arc. Yes, we're in another clutch game. The Warriors 35th on the season. That's third most in the association. Curry the bounce, pass the Butler, back to Curry. He'll fire again. He got another one. It's number 11 on the night. 111 to 104. Curry guarded by Carter Jr. Gets another screen. Bounce past the post. Over to Pajemski. Post had a layup and gave it up. Pajemski out to Curry. Pump fake. Fly by. Three ball. Got it with the buzzer sounding. The shot clock was winding down. It's his 12-3 of the night. He's got a 52-point game. More importantly, the Warriors lead by 5.
That's 95-7 the game on the call. Steph Curry, a season-high 56 points. He made a dozen three-pointers, outscoring Orlando by himself in the third quarter. Warriors beat the Magic 121-115. Curry was 12 of 19 from beyond the arc, an NBA record 26 career game with 10-plus threes. He was 16 of 25 overall from the floor, made all 12 of his free throws in Golden State's fifth straight win. He had 22 points in the third quarter alone. Orlando managed just 21 in that quarter. This was Curry post-game, NBC Sports Bay Area.
God is good, man. I'm just blessed to, like I always say, play this game, enjoy the competition, the creativity, and it's grown over the years where you can thrive off of a road crowd, which is pretty insane. I had a little flurry in the first half, and you started to feel the energy. So for us to win this game, obviously it took all those points, but it took a collective resilience that I love that we showed tonight. It could have been easy to lay down first game of a road trip down 16, 18, whatever it was, but we all clawed back, and I fed off my teammates' energy too.
Steph, I want to personally thank you for all those games that Bonte just rattled off, and for tonight's performance, amazing. But I want to know, since Jimmy Butler got here, Steph, this is a totally different team. What's the feeling? No one knows championship teams better than you. What's the feeling in that locker room that what this team can accomplish this season?
There's high level of confidence that we can continue to win games and learn each other and learn, this rotation as we, go down the stretch of the season. I think it's in our best interest to kind of just stay there. Every game, come in with a swagger about us that if we show up on the defensive end, we'll have enough offense to get over the hump no matter what the game is looking like. And, obviously Jimmy provides a great presence, a high level of IQ, and connects the game. So if we keep doing that game after game after game, we should be in good shape down the stretch, and then we take it from there.
Steph, great game tonight. 50-plus ball, and this is a game in February in Orlando. You come out with a focus, and at the end, you keep the game ball. What is the significance of that game ball for you tonight?
I knew about the 50-point thing, which is a cool honor, just longevity. With every gray hair that pops up on top of your head, you get to appreciate moments and milestones like this. So very, very special. Just scoring the basketball, and I love to do it. I love to have nights like these, and I just want to soak it all in.
From one longtime star to another.
Bucks go the other way. Torian Prince feeds it ahead to Kuzma, to Giannis. Giannis, look out below. He plants it right in the heart of the cylinder with a big one-hand rim rocker. That is your exclamation.
That is WTMJ. Giannis Antetokounmpo, 28 points, pulled down a season high, 19 rebounds, along with 7 assists. Bucks beat the Nuggets 121-112 on a night. Nikola Jokic hit 13 of his 16 shots at 32 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. He now has 27 triple-doubles in 53 games played. But Giannis won this game from Milwaukee, had this post-game on TNT.
Giannis, 28 and 19 from you. Huge moments down the stretch. What mode did you have to go in mentally to close this one out?
Yeah, I don't think it's a special mode. I'm just out here trying to make the right play and try to compete. I don't look at the score. It doesn't really matter. I just try to compete every play and make the right play, make good decisions down the stretch. I feel like we had so much patience. We moved the ball. We fight the open man. We made some shots, and defensively we just made it tough for them.
Your team has talked a lot about the importance of getting out in transition. How important was pace and intensity in this one?
Very important. I think our pace starts from our defense. We got to show help. We got to crowd the paint because they won't score in the paint. We did a very good job boxing out the rebounding. And when we rebound the ball, we knew we had a good chance of going the other way, trying to score because they don't get back as well. And we were able to throw the ball ahead, got some open threes. We were able to also get in the paint for some kick-out threes. And that's what we did. We play good basketball. We just got to keep on building habits because now it's go time.
And speaking of that, this game felt big. MVPs, contenders. How important is this win in terms of setting the tone for the second half of the season?
I really don't care. All I care about is the game. I care about building good habits. I care about whenever we're on the floor, we try to be sharp. We follow the game plan as well as we can. And we're out here competing. I feel like if you try, you're going to succeed. So as long as we try, as long as we locked in, good things will happen.
And more NBA later in the show, including a big night for LeBron and the Lakers against Ant-Man and the Wolves. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. I'm Jim Basquell. Two-way star Travis Hunter says he won't work out at the NFL Combine this week. The Heisman Trophy winner also wants to play both cornerback and wide receiver at the NFL level after he did the same at Colorado. Had this with our Laura Rutledge.
Travis, you've already spent time talking to teams that are interested in you here. What's the feedback that you've gotten so far at the Combine?
I did very, very good in my meeting, so I'm excited to know that.
What do you find these teams are saying to you about the possibility of playing on both sides of the ball?
A couple of teams, they took me in as receiver, and a couple of teams took me in as DB, so I think it's still up in the air.
What was the feedback you got from teams looking at you as a receiver?
It's a lot of things I need to work on both sides of the ball. So,
what do you think you need to work on most?
You always work on technique. So I definitely need to work on technique, and it's a couple more small things.
And then, what do you think about the potential of being an NFL player who plays both wide receiver and DB? How important is that for you?
That's super important to me. I've been doing it my whole life, so I would like for them to give me the opportunity to do it again.
There's a lot of conversation about you, potentially the number 1 overall pick. How do you manage all of that as you go through this process?
I kind of don't look at that stuff. I just look at fishing all day. So
what do you see on fishing?
I just see people catching fish. I can't wait to get back home and catch me some fish too.
I love it. We can't wait for that too. Thanks so much, Travis.
No problem. Thank you.
Travis Hunter, by the way, he wants to play both sides. Will he get that shot in the pros? Wide out cornerback. PTI opines on if he could succeed at both.
All right, Wilbon, are you confident Travis Hunter can excel at both wide receiver and cornerback in the NFL?
Tony, confident? No, it's asking so much. If he does it, my God, I mean, praise will be coming, and deservedly so. Look, there's a couple people that didn't actually know about this, and I was just thinking, that game show, if you get to phone a friend and ask him about this question, there's Dion, who I could call Dion. Yeah. Could also call Roy Green, who actually he was all pro. All right, at receiver. He was drafted into the league and played corner first, and he had like 4 interceptions and 8 starts one year. Roy Green could play that position and would have stayed double digits in the league just